Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Bradley T. Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us, do you know the defendant in this case, Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you know her?
I'm a personal friend of hers.
When did you meet Mrs. Broderick?
In the spring of '85.
And can you describe your relationship, the nature of your relationship, please?
We were friends and have been. We became friends and acquainted when she was living in La Jolla Shores and have been since that time.
Which house was she living in La Jolla Shores? On Calle de Cielo when you met?
No, she was living in the rental house.
She was still living in the rental?
Yes.
And did you then at some point begin a dating relationship?
Yes.
And did you have an intimate relationship with her?
Eventually we did, yes.
Did you ever get to the point where you proposed marriage to Elizabeth Broderick?
No, I never did.
Did you continue to have a relationship with her up until November the 5th, 1989?
Yes.
And during the course of your relationship with her, did you often take trips together, for example?
Yes, we did.
Can you describe some of those trips that you took? Where did you go, for example?
We went to New York, San Francisco, Hawaii, Acapulco.
Did you go to New Orleans together once?
Yes, we did.
I'd like to direct your attention to the weekend of November the 5th. On that Saturday, the day before, did you have any contact with Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
How did you have contact?
She had called me at work and had invited me to come over to have dinner with she and the two boys.
Do you recall about what time it was on Saturday that she called?
I believe it was in the morning sometime.
And she invited you to come to dinner that night, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes, I did.
Was that unusual or common?
No, that was very common.
Do you recall about what time it was that you went over to her house that night?
It was late in the afternoon, maybe 5 or 6.
And when you got there, was there anybody else at the house?
Just she and the two boys.
And you're referring to Danny and Rhett.
Correct.
Were you aware that she had Danny and Rhett over her house since the night before, since Friday?
Yeah, I believe that they've been there since Friday.
What happened after you got over to her house that evening or afternoon?
Nothing unusual. Just cooked dinner and just sat around and watched TV.
Who was it that cooked dinner?
Betty did.
She cooked dinner for you and the boys and herself.
Yes.
And did you, all four of you, sit down and have dinner together?
Yes, we did.
Now, you indicated nothing unusual. Was there anything unusual about Elizabeth Broderick that day?
No.
She didn't appear to be unusually distraught or upset about anything?
No, not to me.
After, excuse me, strike that. Was she complaining about anything in particular to you?
No, if she had anything she wanted to complain or talk about, she wouldn't, complain usually to me, like in the presence of the boys.
So you're indicating that she didn't complain, didn't make any complaints
No.
about anything that had been occurring or anything she was particularly upset about?
No.
What was it that you did after dinner?
Oh, we just watched some TV.
Okay. And that was the group of you with the boys as well?
Yes.
All four of you? And approximately what time did Elizabeth Broderick go to bed?
As I recall, it was around 9 or 10.
Was that a normal time for going to bed, as far as you knew, for Elizabeth Broderick?
It could be sometimes.
There wasn't anything unusual about that?
No.
And when she went to bed that night, do you know who it was that she slept with? Did she sleep with someone else?
Yes, she and Rhett slept in her bedroom.
And where did you sleep that night?
I was in the front of the house in one of the other bedrooms.
Okay. And then Danny slept in his own bedroom?
Yes.
The next morning, do you recall being awakened by anything?
I remember her truck starting up and leaving.
When you refer to a truck, you're referring to her Suburban
Yes.
truck?
Or what I believe, to be, it sounded like her vehicle starting up, and I just rolled over and went back to sleep.
And how was it that you would have heard that?
I was in the front bedroom of the house, and the driveway was nearby.
Okay. And you just heard the car start up?
Yes.
And then what happened? What did you hear?
Well, I assumed it pulled away. I heard it start up and just kind of rolled over and went back to sleep.
About what time was it when you heard the car leave?
That would be hard to judge. I could guess, but I don't necessarily remember it being light outside.
You don't necessarily, was it still dark when you heard the car?
Gosh, I don't know. It was early in the morning. I didn't really pay a whole lot of attention. I didn't roll over and look at the clock and make a note of the time or anything.
Your Honor, if I could approach the witness, I'd like to just show him a police investigative report dated November the 5th, 1989.
Certainly.
If you could just take a look, Mr. Wright, at the last paragraph on that page and just read that, just to see if it refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, I told the investigator before daylight, so
So is that your recollection
Yeah,
now
that-
when she left? It was before daylight.
this is 2 years ago.
I understand, but I'm just asking you, does that sound
Yes,
fair? It was
that
before
sounds
daylight, before the sun came up.
Yes.
Now, at the time, I take it you didn't necessarily know that it was Elizabeth Broderick that was leaving, or did you?
No, I would have no reason to believe it was necessarily her, although she did get up early in the morning sometimes and take walks with a friend of hers.
Did she do that in the dark?
She did get up early sometimes to do this. By the time they met or something, could have been light.
When you indicated that that you simply turned over and went back to sleep, right?
All right.
Was there something else that occurred then sometime later that morning that again awakened you?
Yes, Danny came in and notified me that there was a phone call that, I had someone on the phone, I had to speak to them.
Did you take the phone call?
Yes, I did.
And who was on the phone?
Diane Black called, and
Who was Diane Black? Did you know who she was?
yes, she was a friend of Betty's.
Okay, and what did Diane Black tell you?
And she had said something about, remember I was asleep, Danny came in and woke me up, and she kind of said something about that Betty had been over at Dan's house and that there were some shots that had been fired. And she wasn't really sure what had happened, but Betty had been at Dan's house and that there had been some shots fired.
If I could have you take a look again, just to refresh your recollection at the same report, page 2, at the first paragraph there, that particular sentence. If you read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about what Diane Black told you.
Okay. This is what I had spoken with the police officer. My recollection at the time of the phone conversation, I told the officer that she had shot Dan and Linda in bed at their home.
And this was an interview that you had that very day with the police officer?
Yes,
is that
that's correct.
So is it fair to say that your recollection on that day was fairly clear?
Yes.
So your information at that point anyway is that Diane was telling you that apparently the defendant had told her she had shot Dan and Linda in bed at their home.
Sustained.
What did you do when you received this information from Ms. Black?
My immediate thought was, concern for Dan and Linda. They might still be alive. If this had in fact had occurred, and that someone should call the police, do something about checking on the situation.
Do you recall approximately what time it was that you received this phone call?
I'd have to guess around 7 a.m.
So the sun was definitely up by that time.
Yes.
And so what did you decide to do?
A lot of things went through my mind. I decided to leave the house, and I went down the street to Gail and Brian Forbes, who were friends of Betty and Dan's, and we had told them about the phone call that I had received, and asked if they had the phone number over there, and thought we should try to call over there.
And I take it that at that point you and Brian Forbes decided to go on over to the house and check on their welfare.
Yes, I discussed it with Brian, and we decided that it would be a good idea. We were going to call the police, and Gail did try to call them, and we didn't have the exact address of the home on Cypress Avenue, and it's pretty hard to tell someone to go check on a house. Cypress could be a long street, and Gail was going to try to locate the address, and Brian and I talked about it and decided that we had better, in the interest of expediency, had better try to go over there and see if we could do something ourselves.
Now, you were the one that drove on the way over there with Brian Forbes,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And how was it that you knew how to get to Dan Broderick's house?
I had been by his house in the past with Betty a couple times, dropping off the kids, and Brian had also attended Dan and Linda's wedding there.
Had you ever driven by the house in a car with Elizabeth Broderick on occasion before?
Not just, there was a specific reason if we went by there, and it was to drop the boys off.
When you arrived at Dan and Linda's house, did you go into the house and ultimately find them?
Yes, we did.
And did you also go up into the bedroom following Brian Forbes?
Yes, I did.
And showing you what has been marked as People's Core, you can take a look at this photograph.
Mhm.
Does that accurately depict your recollection of how Dan and Linda were found that morning?
Yes, it does.
Did you touch either Dan or Linda that morning?
No, I did not.
Did you touch anything in the bedroom?
No, I did not.
Did you touch anything in the house essentially other than obviously walking up the stairs?
Just the doorknobs and maybe perhaps the handrail.
By the way, how far away is Elizabeth Broderick's house on Calle de Cielo from the beach?
From the immediate beach, maybe a mile.
Is it within walking distance?
Yes, it is.
After the police arrived at at Cypress, I take it that you did give a statement to the police. That's the report that you've looked at. Is that correct?
Yes, an investigator came and took a statement from Brian and I.
And then after that, what did you do? Where did you go?
Then after that, I took Brian home, back to his house.
And where did you go?
And then after that,
Mhm.
after I stayed at Brian's house for, I don't know, maybe an hour. And on that particular Sunday, I was supposed to sail in a race. And I said to Brian and Gail, the boys were there. There was nothing really I could do. And so I proceeded to go and sail in this race.
Did you go back to the house at Calle de Cielo at any point?
Not on that day, no. I had no reason to.
So after you left to go down to pick up Brian Forbes, before going over to Cypress, that was the last time that you had been inside the house?
That's correct.
Okay. On that day?
On that day, yes.
And prior to that weekend, when was the last time that you had seen Elizabeth Broderick?
I'd seen her earlier that week.
Do you recall what the circumstances of that were?
Well, we had gone to Acapulco the weekend prior, and decided we would return on Monday.
Was that when you went for the weekend, was it like a three-day weekend trip?
It was like 4 days.
And was there anything unusual about Elizabeth Broderick during that time on your trip to Acapulco?
No, not, it appeared to be unusual to me. We were the group of people.
It basically, you had a normal, fun time together in Acapulco. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And prior to that trip to Acapulco, had you been on a trip to San Francisco with her a couple of weeks before?
There's a football game that I attend in San Francisco usually every year, and I believe that we went that year, but I can't remember if we did go that year or not.
Do you remember being in San Francisco around the time of the earthquake?
I think it was after the earthquake, maybe.
I'm just wondering if that refreshes your recollection about being there with the defendant.
No, not offhand.
You indicated that, how often would you see Elizabeth Broderick in the normal course? For example, how often a week would you see her?
I'd probably see her, I don't know, 3 or 4 times a week.
And was that true for the summer and fall leading up to
Yeah, pretty much year
November
round.
the 5th? And was there anything particularly unusual about her during that time?
Oh, around the 5th, you're.
During the summer and the fall leading up to November the 5th?
No, not anything specific I can remember.
Did you know that Elizabeth Broderick had a gun?
Yes, I did.
How was it that you knew that?
She had told me that she had purchased one.
Do you remember when it was that she told you that?
Oh, gosh. I think it was like in '89, but I couldn't be sure.
Do you remember when it was at all in relation to Dan and Linda Broderick getting married?
I don't remember there being any, connection or any, reason that the two events were related.
How was it that she told you she bought the gun? How did that come up?
One day, she mentioned something to me about that she and the boys were going to, go and shoot this gun, and did I want to go? And I was busy that day, and said no, I couldn't go.
So this was sometime after she had bought the gun. She had indicated to you that she was going to go shooting with the gun.
Yes.
And was it your impression, or did you get an impression of where she was going shooting with the gun?
As I recall, there was a target range somewhere, and she was just going to go over there, somewhere in San Diego.
Did she indicate to you any reason for having bought the gun?
There was no real reason, to discuss it at all, and I didn't think anything unusual about it.
Do you recall indicating that you felt she bought it, or that she'd indicated she bought it because it was a hobby and she liked to shoot?
I don't recall, specifically indicating that.
I'll just ask if you take a look at a report that's identified as an investigative report from the District Attorney's Office dated February 26, 1990. If you just take a look at the second paragraph there and read that to yourself.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about what she had indicated to you was her reason for buying a gun?
Okay, yes. And I had told the investigator that felt she did this essentially as a hobby because she liked to shoot for fun.
And that was information that you had received from Elizabeth Broderick.
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about being a marksman or an expert shooter?
Not that I specifically recall.
Where was it that she kept the gun?
She kept it somewhere in the house. I wasn't really sure exactly where. I never saw it.
You never actually saw the gun, is that correct?
No, I never actually saw the gun until like the last trial.
Right, okay. Did you ever know her to carry the gun in her purse?
Yes, I knew that, or know, that she did have it in her purse.
Prior to November 5th of 1989, did you ever know Elizabeth Broderick to carry the gun in her purse?
Prior to that, no, I don't recall that, I knew that.
And I take it you spent a fair amount of time with her. She often would have her purse with her when you spent
Yes.
time with her.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, she never carried the gun in her purse prior to that time.
I don't recall, I don't go through her purse, may have been there, may not have.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Prosecutor?
Mr. Wright, you indicated that you were aware of one time where she had the gun in the car when you went on a trip, weren't you?
Yes, that's true.
And that was where she forgot it was in her purse and left it in your car?
Yes.
The during the when you went over in you had a conversation with the police officer that day, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I take it that when you first talked to Diane Black, you were asleep, is that correct? When
Yes,
you first you were asleep and you were woken up.
that's correct.
Okay. And you didn't write down the conversation you had with Diane Black, is that correct?
No, I did not write it down.
Okay. And there was something that you remember in a conversation about the gun being shot at Dan and Linda's house.
Yes.
You then went to Dan and Linda's house eventually, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you saw that they were, what appeared to you that they were shot and they were in their bed, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know at the time that you went over there that in fact they were shot?
No, I knew that shots had been fired. I didn't know until I got there that had actually occurred.
Now, when you went over to, did you have trouble finding the house? Or
No, we were able to drive right to it.
okay, did Brian give you directions, or when you were driving, you were able to find your way?
I was able to find my way right to the house.
Now, when you went into the house, did you and Brian go in together?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and then what did you do? Did you go upstairs?
Yes, we went upstairs. When we entered the house, we made noises because we thought they might be up. And we didn't want to scare them early on a Sunday morning. So we went upstairs to see if they were in bed asleep. And that's when we found them.
Okay. Did you at all, did you go down and call an ambulance?
Yes, I told Brian that I would go to call an ambulance, and just about that time the police had arrived.
And now where were you when the police arrived?
I had gone down the staircase out the front door of the house, and there was a police officer that was walking up on the front lawn.
And did Brian come down with you, if you remember, you know?
Brian came down, a moment behind me and directed the police officer up to the bedroom where they were.
Okay, now, did you go back upstairs?
I did not know.
Now, you indicated that during the period of time in the summer in that fall of 1989, that there was nothing unusual about Elizabeth Broderick. Is that correct, that you can remember?
Not, from my point of view, no.
Okay. Now, the relationship you had with Elizabeth Broderick was one where you pretty much had your separate life. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when she was in a, have you ever seen her in a mood where she appeared to be depressed or crying?
Yes, I've seen her that way.
Okay. Is it something where she talks to you, likes you to be around, likes to be alone?
I know she would not talk to me about, I know she was going through a horrible divorce, and she chose not to share a lot of the details of that.
Now, I take it that there was also some fear or some worry about Elizabeth Broderick of whether she was suicidal that day, November 5th?
Yes, that's been brought up.
Okay. And was it brought up, was that there that morning? Some question of whether she might do harm to herself?
Yes, as I recall from that conversation, that Diane had said to me something that, Betty had said to her, that was a possibility.
Okay. Now, when you would, so at the time that you were at Brian Forbes' house, you knew that at least Stan and Linda were dead, is that correct?
Yes, both Brian and I knew that they were dead.
And you knew that Elizabeth had not turned herself in yet, or at least you didn't know.
I had no idea where she was.
Okay. And so at that point in time, you had a sailing engagement that you went on, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that would be something that she would expect you to do.
She knew I was doing that.
Okay, so you wouldn't think she'd be looking for you?
No, she had no reason to look for me. She knew that I was going to be getting up in the morning and, going to be going, this event's every year, and she knew that I was going to be going on it Sunday, and I did.
Okay. Now, when you say that there's nothing unusual about Elizabeth Broderick, sometimes she would be upset about things that were going on in court, or in regards to child custody, is that correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sometimes, if she would be going to court, or if she would be getting some legal mail, she would be upset, is that correct?
Yes, it's very true.
Now, are you saying that she was just never upset during this period of time, or there was nothing unusual from what was normally going on?
I know that she was trying to get custody of the boys for the school year for that fall.
Okay.
And I'd been very upset that was a matter that was unresolved when the school year began.
Now, the trip to Acapulco that you took in 1989, that was somewhat unusual for a trip with you and Elizabeth Broderick, wasn't it?
Unusual in what regard?
That was Elizabeth Broderick's, her visitation schedule had gotten switched so that it had been switched in court, so that was the weekend, the only weekend in October, at least at the end of October, where she was going to see the boys. Right?
Sustained, that's what he has knowledge of that.
Do you have knowledge of whether that was supposed to be a weekend where she saw the boys?
Yes.
Okay. And before, when you had trips planned with Elizabeth Broderick, and it would pop up that it was did you normally have a hard time getting her to go on trips?
Yes, she liked to stay at home in case the boys were going to come to visit, and she never knew if they were coming or not.
Okay, so it was hard to get her to go somewhere?
Yes.
And were there times when you would make some plans for a trip and then she would get some visitation at the last minute?
Yes, that did happen.
And what would she normally do?
She'd stay home with the boys.
Now, had this trip to Acapulco, was it a long-term trip? One that had been made a long time?
Yes, we had planned in advance, and she did not anticipate having the boys that weekend.
And were you insistent that she at least go through with those plans because of the group of people you were with?
Yes, because she had, promised me that, I will go on this and that everything, should be all right.
Was she somewhat upset that she was missing the weekend at that time because the commitment she made to you?
Yeah, she was very upset that, the boys were supposed to come and that she was supposed to, these things got juggled around all the time. And it's almost as though if someone knew that she was supposed to be somewhere, why than the boys would be coming.
The, now, I take it you know the sound of the Suburban.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in the early morning hours when the Suburban started that morning, you didn't think it was standing in red, did you?
No, they're very young and they don't have driver's license.
Okay. So I take it that you just rolled over and went back to sleep because it wasn't unusual to hear Elizabeth Broderick leave in the morning with the car.
Yes, that's correct. She's done that.
Was Elizabeth Broderick moving her residence during that period of time?
Yes, she was.
And was she, the house that you were in on Cali de Cielo, was she moving to to a condo on Morning Way?
Yes, she was.
Was she in the process of taking things from one place to another?
Yes, she was.
Were you aware of Linda Copina breaking into Elizabeth Broderick's home?
Objection since facts not been mentioned.
Sustained.
The, when Elizabeth Broderick first moved into the home on Cali de Cielo, what was the condition of it?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Sustained.
In around March, April of 1989, had there been any problems with prowlers in Elizabeth Broderick's neighborhood?
Yes, there have been.
Objection beyond this witness's personal knowledge.
Just rephrase it, Mr. Early.
Were you aware, was there discussions in that household with Mrs. Broderick about problems with prowlers in her neighborhood in April of 1989?
Yes,
Had there been a problem with stairs breaking down in her home?
yes, someone came in the middle of the night and the staircase broke when they were, I think, attempting to possibly break into the house.
Did you know Elizabeth Broderick's other two children, Kim and Lee?
Yes,
Would you be present over the years when Kim would talk to her mother?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'll just recall the witness in my case.
All right, fine.
Mr. Wright, Elizabeth Broderick never said anything to you about buying the gun because of these prowlers in your village.
she had, in specific regard to the prowlers?
Right. You indicated that isn't it true that you indicated she told you she bought the gun because it was a money?
Yeah. She also had mentioned to me she had a neighborhood friend who had purchased a gun, and that she, like her friend, was a female who lived at home by herself, and she did spend a lot of time home alone.
And when was it though that she bought that gun? She had another gun before she bought this gun in 1989, didn't she?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever take a gun of hers out of her condominium
No,
after these homicides?
no, I did not.
If she had had a discussion with a friend of hers about buying a gun, are you aware of whether or not that was a year or two before the wedding of Dan and Linda?
A discussion about, I'm not clear about what you're trying to ask.
Well, you indicated that she had talked to a friend about buying a gun, right?
Yes, correct.
Who are you referring to?
Her name is Melanie Fuller.
And were you aware that that discussion was long before April of 1989?
I could have been.
And you don't know whether she did buy a gun at that time?
She could have. I don't believe she did, but I guess it's possible she could have.
Are you indicating that she didn't share her feelings and emotions with you?
She shared a lot of them. I don't know that she shared all of them with me.
I thought on cross-examination, you said something about that she wouldn't share her emotions or what was going on with her, with you.
Sometimes she would, sometimes she wouldn't.
She-
I was referring to the divorce proceedings and a lot of the, awful things that were going on in her life that she chose not to share with me.
She chose to share a lot of it with you, though, didn't she?
Some of it, I wouldn't say a lot, but, some of it.
For example, she told you that Dan Broderick sold Coral Reef out from underneath her and never paid her a cent, didn't she?
That particular day, yes.
What do you mean at that particular day? At that particular day that she told you?
No, I know the house was sold and she did not receive the money until much later.
Okay. Isn't it true that your understanding before these homicides in November from Elizabeth Broderick was that he had sold Coral Reef and never paid her any money out of it? That's what she told you, right?
I don't recall her specifically telling me that at this, date.
You don't recall telling an investigator that that was your understanding?
We're talking like 2 years ago. I may have said that.
Did you know that the very
Your Honor,
next month?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. It's beyond the scope.
Overruled, you brought up the sharing emotions thing. Okay. Proper.
Isn't it true that you told the investigator that Elizabeth Broderick,
Ms. Wells, that's not how you do that. Let him read it.
well, I'm attempting to impeach you.
He gets a chance to read it.
Okay.
Maybe it would be enough to impeach after he reads it.
Again, Your Honor, showing the investigative report dated February 26, 1990, referring to the second to the last paragraph.
Well, the statement I made was that he sold the house without her permission and then refused to pay her share. At the time the sale was completed.
Well, did you understand that the very next month when the sale was completed, she received more than her share? She never told you that, did she? Did she tell you she received $127,000 and he only received $47,000 the very next month when the money came in?
Your Honor, that's an incorrect characterization. All you can look at the divorce proceedings to see that that's misstates the evidence.
The objection is overruled. Just rephrase the question without putting the amounts in. Did she, would you ask your own question?
Did she ever tell you that the very next month when the money was received for the sale of that house, that she did receive her money even more than her technical share?
I don't recall her telling me whether she did or she didn't, and nor the amount.
Hasn't Elizabeth Broderick written letters to you from jail thanking you for always being there to listen to her problems, allowing her to share her
Yes,
problems?
she has.
And you indicated that you had some fear that she was suicidal that morning of November the 5th?
That was what was relayed to me in the telephone conversation. I personally, that was relayed to me. I have relayed this to other people. I'm not saying those are my own feelings necessarily.
Well, that morning, all you knew at that point was that Elizabeth Broderick had apparently said she had shot Dan and Linda,
Right.
and Dan and Linda were dead. And you didn't have any concerns about where Elizabeth Broderick was or what she was up to that morning?
I had no way of knowing, yes, I was concerned, where she might be or what she might be doing.
Or
but
whether she
I
might
had-
be trying to contact you?
I didn't believe she had any reason to contact me because she knew that I was going to be leaving the house and would be gone all day.
Okay. So do you think that she was intending this before, the day before, to go kill Dan and Linda, and she knew that that you were gonna be gone? So she didn't have any reason to contact you? Is that what you're saying?
Argumentative, sustained.
You previously testified that you never saw Elizabeth Broderick in possession of a gun, correct?
I never, physically witnessed the gun, no. Until the last trial, I never saw it.
Okay, and so did this come from about a gun in a car on a trip? Where did you hear that?
Oh, she said something to me about the gun, being, she was going to leave it in the car or something, I never saw it.
When did she say this?
I know sometime we were going somewhere and, she mentioned something to me about it.
When were you going somewhere?
We're going to leave the car at the airport or something, as I recall. And she mentioned something to me about it.
And when was this, Mr. Wright?
Exactly, I don't know, sometimes.
Approximately.
I honestly can't remember.
What year are you talking about?
I just don't remember, when this happened.
Well, when did this recollection come to you about her saying to you that she had left a gun in your car?
Much later on.
Much later on?
Well, later on,
After she killed Dan and Linda Broderick?
yes.
And you were going on a trip and she told you she left the gun in your car, took her purse with her? Is that the scenario?
As I recall, she had this big purse, and a lot of times she would, put it under the seat or leave it in the car. She didn't always take it with her.
Okay, well, so how did the gun get in your car? What was she carrying the gun for?
Well, a lot of times when the boys would come over to her house, she, didn't want them around it, and so she had this habit of putting it in her purse.
How do you know that, Mr. Wright?
But she told me that.
Okay, and did she tell you that after the murders of Dan and Linda Broderick also?
I can't remember exactly when it was that, I was told that.
Did she have a license to carry a concealed weapon?
Not to my knowledge.
But your understanding was that she was carrying this gun around in her purse and leaving it in cars?
On that one occasion.
The weekend that you went to Acapulco, were you aware of the fact that that never was Elizabeth Broderick's weekend? That had never been her weekend.
Objection, states the evidence.
Overruled. Answer that. Did you know that or didn't you?
My understanding was that was, to be a weekend the boys were going to come.
Well, the next weekend she had the boys, right? Didn't they switch every other weekend?
Not necessarily, no.
Were you aware then at all of the visitation schedule and whether or not that weekend when you went to Acapulco was her regularly designated weekend?
I believe that, that was supposed to be her, no, that was a weekend that she was not supposed to have the boys, and that's why we were going.
Okay, so she wasn't supposed to have the boys, and so you went to Acapulco, so
I'm
what
sorry.
was the problem?
I got, no, the visitation got switched around all the time. And my recollection of what happened was that, that weekend she wasn't supposed to have the boys. And then, a week or two ahead, when we were supposed to go, then she was supposed to.
Okay, but
I mean, it ended up being a conflict.
the weekend that you went to Acapulco, she wasn't supposed to have the boys, right? And that's why you set the trip up for Acapulco?
Right.
And you went to Acapulco?
Right,
And she didn't have the boys, and the next weekend she did, right?
right. She did have, but the visitation was not always, followed to the T.
Okay, but there wasn't any problem with the trip to Acapulco, was there?
Well, as I recall, the boys were then supposed to come, that weekend we went to Acapulco. I mean, they were and then they weren't. And this thing went back and forth.
Were you aware that her attorney went into court on September the 22nd and they stipulated as to what weekends they were going to have?
There was some arrangement. It's, in the past, they were working on these arrangements. And the problem is even though they worked something out, they weren't always followed.
You don't know what was going on in court. Is that correct, from your own personal knowledge?
Yes,
And
correct.
you don't know what the attorney said, agreed to or stipulated to, or whether Elizabeth Broderick had agreed to it herself, correct?
No, I did not ever attend any of the court
And
sessions.
were you aware that if there was a switch of weekends, it was simply a switch? It was a trade-off switch. It wasn't as though a weekend was being taken away from them, correct?
That could have been.
And there was a set visitation schedule, at least a firm court order as of January of 1989, correct?
I believe that there was. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was adhered to.
Okay. And it wasn't necessarily adhered to the extent that Elizabeth Broderick got significantly more visitation than she was technically required to in the order, too, right?
She could have.
Didn't she have them for a significant period of time in August?
In the summer, yes, she did.
And you indicated, or did you indicate that she wouldn't share her feelings or show her feelings in front of the children?
No, not in front of the children, in front of me.
But you've seen her express her feelings in front of the children.
Yes, I have.
You've seen her express her feelings about their dad and Linda Broderick, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you've heard her threaten to kill their dad and Linda Broderick in front of the boys.
I wouldn't say that I necessarily witnessed that.
You never testified previously that you had heard her threaten to kill Dan and Linda Broderick in front of them?
I believe I've made the statement in the past that, I've heard her say that, she was so angry, that I could just kill him.
Directing court counsel's attention to page 585 of the transcript of the last hearing. If you would take a look at that page, lines 5 through 7
Is this a recording?
from the trial.
Okay, last time I testified that I had heard that.
You were asked the question, have you heard her threaten to kill Dan and Linda in front of her children? And you answered, yes, I have. I have no further questions at this point.
Rick Ross.
Mr. Wright, the times that you would hear her express her anger towards Dan and Linda, was that every time? Was that occasionally?
Usually when she spoke of them, she was upset about something.
Okay, but when the boys were around, was this all the time that she was talking?
No, when the boys were around and I was present, generally everything, was happy and there's no reason for her to continually be upset like the entire time that both myself and they were around.
And do you know whether weekends got switched so that Mr. Broderick could take the boys out of town in October, and at the last minute, whether Mrs. Broderick's weekend was switched to the time that she had already planned out Acapulco?
Yes, switching around like that did occur.
Do you know whether, do you have knowledge of what occurred on that weekend? Whether there was, when the switch was, if there was one?
My, exact recollection of precisely what happened, I can't exactly remember now. But I said a little earlier, I believe that,
Objection, Your Honor. Belief is not based on personal knowledge.
Stand, you answer the question.
And Mrs. Broderick told you about the gun being in the purse at the time of the trip, isn't that correct?
yes, as I recall.
Okay. And it was sometime, there was some discussion about the gun being in the purse at other times. You're not sure when that discussion was?
Yes, that's correct.
I have a request. For the direct
No, Your Honor.
witness be excused.
Subject to recall.
Thank you very much, sir.
I have a brief witness, Your Honor, that I think we can get on and off between now and 4:15.
Fine with me, call him, or her, whatever.
People call Amy Wallace.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give in the matter nothing to this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
Afternoon, Ms. Wallace, how are you?
I'm fine. Could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Amy Wallace, Wallace.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wallace. Can you tell us what your employment is?
I'm a reporter for the LA Times.
I just have some brief questions for you at this point. Did you write an article relating to this case on March 28th, 1990?
I'd have to see it. I don't recall the date.
You know what I mean? Well, maybe I should have marked as people's.
I'm willing to stipulate as to that date,
All right, so stipulate?
That's fine. I'll go
Accept
ahead
stipulation.
and show you the article. Showing, well, I haven't marked it, but do you want me to mark it if I'm going to ask for that, Judge?
Does Mr. Early want to mark?
I don't see any reason to mark it.
It's up to you, these are my count.
I'm showing you an article right now that's entitled Betty Broderick Confesses to San Diego Slayings. Is that an article that you recognize?
Yes,
And did you write that
yes.
on March 28th, 1990?
Well, that's the date you put on it, but yeah, I'm sure that's right.
And
Well, just
was,
so there's no misunderstanding, both counsel stipulated the facts of the date, is that correct?
that's correct. Your Honor.
I accept the stipulation. Ladies and gentlemen, again, when they stipulate to a fact, you're to presume that fact has been conclusively proved. So there's no question as to when the article was written. Go ahead.
And this article was written after the preliminary hearing in this case, is that correct?
I believe so, yes,
Were you covering the case essentially at that time?
yes.
And had you had some conversations with Elizabeth Broderick in relation to writing articles about the case?
I'd like to speak to my attorney if I could.
Certainly.
It says in the article that I interviewed her, yes.
Okay. You're a reporter and you have some concerns about the newspaper's privilege, is that correct?
Right,
Is that why you're talking to your attorney?
yes,
It's not because you feel personally you have anything to
no,
hide. And were you aware at the preliminary, did you go to the preliminary hearing?
yes, I covered it.
And were you aware at the preliminary hearing that Kim Broderick testified as to the loss of her keys?
Yes,
And sometime after that, you indicated you had an interview with Elizabeth Broderick. Did she tell you anything about where she'd gotten those keys?
I'd like to refer to the story if I could. Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
She told me that her maid had found a key ring with keys on it behind a chair in her house.
And she was referring to the keys that Kim Broderick was talking about, correct?
Well, according to testimony in the preliminary hearing, they were Kim's keys.
Or was she referring to the keys that she used to get in the house?
she was referring to the keys she used to get in the house. I don't think that she told me whose keys they were.
And she had just indicated that a maid had found the keys behind a chair in the house, is that correct?
Right.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
You originally contacted Mrs. Broderick. You wrote her a letter asking her to speak to you.
Yes.
I have none.
Redirect.
No redirect,
Witness be excused.
subject to redirect.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wallace. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. Have a nice evening.
And ma'am, could you please say your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Helen Pickard, Pickard.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Pickard.
Morning.
How are you? Can you tell us, do you know the defendant in this case, Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you know her?
I've known her for about 14 years. We had our children in the same school years ago. Known her socially and in a lot of situations. And
When was it that you first met her approximately?
1977.
And was that while she was living on Coral Reef?
Yes.
And at the time married to Dan Broderick?
Yes.
Did you get to know Dan Broderick as well?
Yes.
Can you describe when you indicated that you knew her socially? How was it that you knew the Brodericks?
We were all kind of in the same age group and Betty had many Christmas parties and Easter parties and dinner parties, and I would have them and back and forth socially in that aspect.
And were you married at the time?
Yes, I was.
And would you and your husband often visit at the Broderick house?
Yes.
And vice versa?
Right.
Did you have the opportunity to see the children interacting with their father, for example?
Yes.
And how would you describe what you observed about their interaction with him?
Dan was seemed to be a very protective father. He was very interested in their activities and their academic life. I went to parents' nights with him at Stella Maris when Lee and Kim were there and my daughter Beth. He was, I remember him on Saturday mornings and the kids playing in the yard while he mowed the yard. I saw nothing out of ordinary. I thought he was, in my estimation, a good father.
Did the children ever appear to be afraid of him?
No, never.
When you socialized with the Brodericks during that period of time early on, did Elizabeth Broderick ever talk about Dan Broderick in front of you or in front of other people?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe how she would talk about Mr. Broderick?
When it came to Dan's professional life, Betty spoke very highly of Dan. When it came to him as a person, she did not speak very highly of him. And she said embarrassing things. And it was on time, so it was uncomfortable at dinner parties when she would refer to him. And it just seemed to be Betty. It just seemed to be, that was their standard way in which she talked about him.
When you say she would say things that made other people feel uncomfortable, can you give an example?
She used to have a funny expression where she said he couldn't pass a mirror, which meant he was conceited. She used to call him a derogatory term that was rather offensive. She used to call him a fag on a regular basis, and it was offensive to me. And I remember calling her on it and saying, "Stop this." And she said, "Oh, it doesn't bother him." And it just continued on, and you just kind of lived with it.
How would you describe Elizabeth Broderick's personality?
Betty is probably one of the most kind of charismatic people I know. She's probably one of the most intelligent women I know. Her capabilities are, I don't think there's anything that she couldn't accomplish in a career world or anything. She was an excellent hostess. She was a fabulous cook. She had a rapport with people where she was very warm. I think that she had a sense of caring about other people.
Did she appear to have a strong personality, or was she?
Yeah, she was a very strong, dominant person. Yeah, she was much more dominant than Dan. She definitely was in charge.
Did she ever appear to be afraid of Dan?
No, never.
Were you aware of the fact that at some point that they separated, the marriage broke up?
Yes.
And at some point, the Broderick children were living with Dan Broderick.
Yes.
Do you recall, did Elizabeth Broderick ever tell you why it was that the children were over there?
I remember a conversation with her. They'd left Coral Reef because of the split in the cement foundation, and so they were living in a rented house. And I think that Dan had left by that time. And her strong statement to me that I can recall is, if I can't be Mrs. Dan Broderick, then he can have the kids. And that seemed to be the way it was going, and it seemed to be her decision.
Did she ever say anything to you that she had to take the kids over there because of the rats?
Rats? Take the kids where?
Over to Dan Broderick's house because of problems with rats?
What house are you referring to as Dan Broderick's house? Coral Reef house? No, I mean, we all have rats in La Jolla. If you have ivy around your house, you have rats in La Jolla. It's a real problem of roof rats, and I don't think that rats had anything to do with her having the kids live somewhere else.
Or did she ever express that anyway to you? Did she ever say that?
Never.
Was there a period of time after the Brodericks separated that you went through your own divorce?
Yes, I did.
And was there a period of time there then that you didn't have as much contact with Elizabeth?
Right, about 3 or 4 years I was involved with my own life and building up my business, and my marriage was kind of deteriorating, and I was getting on. I have 3 children also, and so I would hear things, but I was not in any contact with her for a couple of years.
And then was there a period of time when you got back into contact with her?
Mm-hmm. It was about in '88.
Okay. And did you start seeing her then and talking to her on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
Now, this was at a point where she was obviously already divorced from Dan Broderick, is that correct?
She was divorced from Dan, but there wasn't a financial settlement because it was maybe spring or fall of '88, which I don't think it happened until later.
Okay. But they were living separate and apart. And
Oh, yes, had been for quite a while, a couple of years.
during that period of time when you started seeing her again, and did you do things with her as well during that time?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we did. We went to lunch, and I would stop by and see her. I get up early in the morning like she does, and I would drop by on my way back from some of my jobs and have coffee with her.
Did she ever talk to you about the divorce situation?
Yes, all the time.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about her feelings for Dan and Linda?
Yes, continuously.
How would you describe how she felt about Dan and Linda?
Well, she hated them, both of them. She did not speak highly of them. I mean, there was nothing positive that I could possibly say that she said about them.
You've been through a divorce yourself. I take it you've known other people who've been through a divorce.
Yes, many people.
Okay. Was there anything different about the degree of her hate that you noticed?
No,
Yeah.
I'm going to object to calls for conclusion, speculation.
Sustained.
How would you describe the nature or quality of her hate? When you say she hated him, if you had to rank it on a scale of 1 to 10.
No, I'm going to object. It still calls for conclusion, speculation.
Overall, that's an opinion a lay witness can draw. Go ahead.
On a scale of what?
Scale of 1 to 10, I'm just using that as an example. How would you?
Oh, she's obviously over 10 plus. I mean, there was no doubt in my mind she really hated them.
Did she talk about them just occasionally or
No,
often?
continuously, to anybody.
Okay, what do you mean by that, to anybody?
On one occasion, I had a party at the beach club, and I invited her, and I had some family, friends in my family, and different people. And I just kind of begged her just to keep her mouth shut. I mean, for God's sake, just don't talk about this divorce. Which of these people aren't into this? And she would. She'd find some poor old lady that was sitting there and sat next to her and told her the whole thing. And that was a continuous problem with Betty. We just couldn't seem to get her to to let go of the whole thing and get on with it, or just keep it to herself because it was getting very old. I mean, everybody's very sick of it.
Did you talk to her about moving on with her life and putting it behind?
Absolutely, all the time.
What was her response?
She didn't hear you. She heard me once, I think, because I wouldn't let her interrupt me. I told her that she had to stop. She was losing friends and she was becoming boring, that no one really cared. And it was time. And she could do anything she wanted to do in life. And it was time to redirect, refocus.
Did you get the feeling that she ever would redirect or refocus?
I thought she would. I really did.
So you were optimistic about that? Is that what
Very
you're saying?
optimistic.
Okay. Did she ever actually do that?
No.
What kind of language did she use when she would talk about Dan or Linda?
She referred them in vulgar terms.
Was this with you as well as with other people?
Yes, with me and my children. I mean, it was just part of Betty by that time.
Did you ever ask her not to do that?
Yes, and stop calling that and redirect her off subjects or redirect her out of a situation where there were younger kids, or it was just got to be the point where it was so rampant it didn't hear it anymore.
Did you indicated that you talked to her about the fact that she was losing friends, people were getting tired of hearing this. Did she lose you as a friend, or did you continue to be a friend?
No, I don't think she lost me as a friend. I think it was one of the last of them. People were just didn't want to be around her. I remember in '89 asking another friend if they would invite her to the Jewel Ball because I thought that would be fun.
I'm going to object. Also, hearsay.
Overruled. This is personal knowledge. She has somebody to invite her. Go ahead, you can answer that.
I asked another friend also if she'd invite her to sit at the Jewel Ball table, and she said no, we couldn't stand it. We couldn't take it.
Your Honor, that's what hearsay is when you bring that, what someone else says.
That part is strict. That's what the other person said. Part that she asked somebody else to invite her to the Jewel Ball stands. Go ahead, ask another question.
Did when you talked with Elizabeth Broderick, did she ever take responsibility for the success that Dan had achieved?
Yes,
Okay, can you describe?
she made him what he was, professionally.
And is this is what she related to you?
She always did for years.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Well, she dressed him. She picked out his clothes. She did. I remember when he changed from decorator to his own firm, she did all the furniture selection and beautiful things. She had excellent taste. She had a tremendous talent. She had an interior decorating license. She had a real estate license. She was extremely capable woman. I don't know of anybody else that is talented and gifted as Betty Broderick.
Your Honor, if maybe we could direct the witness to answer the question.
She answered the question. If you want to object once if the answer's too long, object at that point.
Your Honor, I would object.
Your Honor, if there's going to be a speaking objection.
No speaking objection. Ask another question. Go ahead.
Did you have the occasion to see Elizabeth Broderick interact with her children?
Yes.
And did you ever observe her saying things about their father and Linda in front of them?
She always referred to.
Objection, Your Honor, responsive.
Sustained. Did you ever see him? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, would you repeat it? I'm confused.
Okay, I guess I am a little bit too.
What is what does non-responsive mean?
You started to answer a question that wasn't asked.
Okay.
Did you ever hear Elizabeth Broderick talk about the children's father and Linda in front of them?
Yes.
Can you describe how she would talk about them in front of the children?
In the same terms in which she always referred to them, the same vulgar terms.
Okay. And was this in front of Danny and Rhett?
Yes.
Did, was that something, again, was that occasional or was it often or
All the time. All the time.
did you ever talk to her about not doing that?
Yes.
About not talking poorly about
Toning
their
it down.
father? What was her response?
She's kind of shrugged her shoulders. So that's what they are.
Okay, when you say she said that's what they are, she's referring to the words that she used?
Yes.
Okay. So it was okay to call them that.
Right.
Did you see the reaction of the boys, for example, when she would say things like that?
Yes.
And how would you describe that?
I think they've been pretty used to it by then. I mean,
So you're talking about in 1988, 1989? Did she ever tell you how she felt about the house on Coral Reef?
yes.
What was her feeling about the house?
Well, when they moved out of it to the rental house, I know she didn't want to move back. She felt Coral Reef was a tract house and that they were doing very well financially, and she wanted to live in something that was more suited to their financial background or their income.
Had they been looking for other houses?
Oh,
at
for
River?
years.
So did there appear to be any emotional attachment that she had to the house on Coral Reef?
No, I would not say so. No, she was ready to leave Coral Reef.
Did she ever talk to you about the fact that she had been in jail after being arrested or after a contempt hearing?
Yes.
And did she describe what her attitude was about being in jail?
I don't think jail was very traumatic, so I don't remember being concerned about her stays in jail.
How did she describe it?
But she'd just gone to jail. Spent 3 days, 5 days. It just wasn't, it was just like, it was not a problem.
It wasn't something that she expressed to you?
Objection asked and answered, leading. The same.
Was it anything that she expressed to you as being tremendously distressing?
Asked leading, the reaction was sustained.
Do you recall her using any particular words to describe jail?
No. I don't know whether she described it or whether, no, she did describe it. Kind of related it to being summer camp. You know, like 6th grade summer camp sort of thing, you know, away from everybody, away from everything. That's what I had the impression that it was not a problem.
You indicated that you felt that Elizabeth Broderick was very intelligent. Did she appear to have a knowledge of the legal system?
Yes.
And what makes you say that?
Well, just her vocabulary of understanding all the procedures that went along with her divorce and her custody, and she taught me what they all meant. I always had to ask her. So she explained what different words meant. And she was very good. I mean,
Was
very good.
she represented by an attorney named Walter Mond at one point?
Yes.
And were you aware of whether or not she reworked or rewrote any of his briefs?
Oh, yeah, she did. Yeah. And she was good. She was better. She was.
By the time that you started seeing some more of her in 1988, what was the state of the Calle de Cielo house? How would you describe that house that she was living in?
Beautiful. Excellent. I mean, it was gorgeous.
Okay, was it furnished at that time?
Oh, yes. It was fully furnished and had a swimming pool and a rec room that she just built or had built a while back. And it was beautiful. Excellent. She's beautifully well taken care of.
Now, sometime in January of 1989, did you become aware that the divorce judgment became final?
Yes, the financial part, yeah.
And did she talk to you shortly after the judgment?
Yes,
What was her attitude about that?
she was very unhappy. It wasn't enough.
What was she unhappy about in
The
particular?
financial settlement,
Was she angry about it?
very much so.
Did she tell you how much she got? What her monthly payment was, for example?
In the beginning, she didn't. I think I'd asked her and she didn't tell me. But then several months later, she was kind of ranting on about something and she mentioned it,
Okay.
what she was getting.
So at that point, she mentioned that she was getting the $16,000 a month.
Right, correct.
But earlier, when you had asked her,
Right afterwards, after the hearing, she didn't tell me.
was she at that point after January of 1989, when the judgment became final, did she appear to be upset about the children or the custody situation?
No, that wasn't part of the January hearing at all. That wasn't an issue.
As far as what she was telling you, it wasn't an issue with her.
No, it was not part of, no, she was not concerned about the children at all at that point.
What can you describe Elizabeth Broderick's general attitude about money?
Yes, it was very important to her. Money was a very strong focus, the focus.
And why do you say that? What makes you say that?
Well, she always talked about how she didn't have any and that all she was getting was $16,000, and it was a real years ago. I mean, it was always what things cost and how much it cost. And so Betty was very materialistic. But that was Betty. I mean, she always was.
Okay. Was she complaining that you indicated that she was complaining she didn't have any money, that she was broke?
She went through times when she was always complaining that she couldn't make ends meet. And I think her house payment was about $5,000 a month, and and she didn't have much left after that. And yeah, it was an ongoing thing with paying her bills and her charge cards and different things like that.
Did she appear to be spending money at the same time that she was complaining that she didn't have any?
Yes, all the time. That's why you didn't really take it too seriously.
And what do you mean? I mean, what was she spending money on?
Well, she'd spend money on things that made her feel better. Jewelry, very, very nice clothes. She had a lot of nice clothes, and she would buy 2 or 3 outfits at a time, and she just always dressed nicely, and that was real important to her appearance.
Did she have clothes that, for example, would be in the closet for a period of time with the tags on?
Yes, she had a lot of clothes with tags still on, and something she'd ordered through catalogs or Nordstrom's or Neiman Marcus is where I remember I think she went the most.
Did you become aware of the fact that Dan and Linda Broderick were going to be married in April?
Yes.
And did you actually spend their wedding day with Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Why was it that you spent the day with her?
Well, previous to that, maybe a month or 2, Betty had gone into Dan and Linda's house and taken the wedding list.
Your Honor, objection. Calls for speculation, hearsay.
Overruled. This is foundation as to why she spent the day with her. Go ahead.
I saw the list. She showed me the list.
Okay, that was my next question. How did you know that she had taken the wedding
She
list?
showed it to me. She called me up and told me she had done it, but she said she told me a different story than what really happened.
Well, what do you mean by that?
She told me it was on the front steps of Dan's house to be picked up by a calligrapher, and she'd taken it and made a copy of it and put the original back.
And why do you say that she told you did she tell you a different story later?
Yeah, later.
What did she tell you?
She kind of said something about being in the house, and I said, well, wait a minute, you told me that you made a copy of it, because I did not know this was the original. You told me you made a copy of it, and she just kind of wow. So that was when I knew she lied to me.
Did she actually show you the list?
Yes,
Okay. And so I think you were starting to explain that she had taken the wedding
Yes.
list.
she'd
and-
taken the wedding list and she was calling people who were also friends of mine and telling them that they were going to the weddings and they hadn't received invitations yet. And there was tremendous
Objection unless this is personal knowledge.
Sustained.
I believe, Your Honor, she's attempting to explain why it was that she spent the day with Elizabeth Broderick.
Does she have personal knowledge that the defendant called guests and saying they hadn't got an invitation yet? That's what he's objecting to.
Okay, how
Could
did
you
you,
repeat that?
how did you
Let
know,
the lawyer repeat it.
how did you know that she had called people on the list and told
Because
them?
they would call me.
Okay,
Your Honor, objection. Motion is strike. It's hearsay.
The part that the people called her is not hearsay. The first part is stricken. That part can stand. Go ahead.
so people called you and told you that they'd gotten calls from Elizabeth Broderick.
Your
What,
Honor, objection. That's asked and answered. It's hearsay and it's just repeating.
That part is dismissal as to why she spent the day with Elizabeth Broderick. Go ahead.
were there any other reasons that you spent the day with Elizabeth Broderick on the wedding day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would object. We have the reason.
Well, I don't know if there's any other.
She hasn't been able to finish the answer.
I don't finish the answer. Go ahead. Were there any other reasons, Mr. Carter?
Yes, there was.
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
please.
Doug. Friday before the wedding, Betty called me very early in the morning and said she was going to buy a watch. It was a very expensive,
I'm sorry. Said that she was going to buy, very early in the morning, said that she was going to buy a watch.
right,
Thank you.
and it was an expensive designer watch and she was going to have Dan's wedding date engraved on it. And that concerned me very much
Why did it concern you?
because it was not normal. Who cares?
And so what did you do?
I decided to call her up later and ask her to go to Palm Springs with me.
For on the date of the wedding?
Yes, that day, that afternoon, Friday afternoon, and to spend the weekend out of town.
Okay, and what was her response?
No, she did not want to go.
Okay, what did you do next?
So then I said, well, I'll come over. I did not have my children that weekend and I was going to spend the Saturday and Sunday with her.
Why did you want to spend the day with her?
I thought it'd be a very tough day for her. I also didn't want her to do anything that she would regret.
Did you spend the full wedding day with her?
Yes.
Okay. And did you set up any particular system with anybody who was at the wedding?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe that?
I use a beeper through my work, and I had another beeper, and I gave the other beeper to someone else who I knew was going to the wedding. And if Betty, who really is her own person, was going to go there, she was going to go there. And I was going to beep her and say, hey, she's not with me.
So were you concerned about the fact that she might go over to the wedding and do something?
Oh, very much so.
Did Elizabeth Broderick ever tell you of any instances where she had gone into Dan and Linda's home?
Yes.
Can you describe those instances that she told you about?
The one that I remember the most is when they were in Greece, and it was in September of '89.
What did she say about going into their house?
That she had been to the house and had gone in it, and she described it to me and was reflecting on the fact that it was her taste, that the house was decorated in her taste.
Okay. Did she indicate that she had gone through the house, through the rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And was simply commenting on the decorating of the house?
Yes.
Can you describe her demeanor? Was she angry about it, or
I think she was frustrated by that.
and what makes you say that?
Because it was her taste.
And I'm not sure that I'm following. Why did that frustrate her that the decoration was in her taste? Did she say?
I think it would have been what she would have decorated that house to be. And the colors and the tartan plaids and the leather and
Okay,
the traditional. And it was her taste.
okay. This was sometime while Dan and Linda were in Greece in September. Do you know how it was that she got into the house? Did she describe that?
I would just have to assume that she was bringing the boys back because that was when most of the time she did go through the house.
Okay.
I would assume the boys, she was going back with the boys.
She didn't tell you specifically.
If she did, I don't recall.
Did she? You also mentioned that she had told you about going into the house and getting the wedding list. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was sometime, obviously, a little bit earlier before the.
Much earlier.
Did she tell you about taking anything else, taking something from the house when she did that?
Yes.
What was that?
She took a T-shirt.
What kind of T-shirt?
It was a T-shirt that apparently Linda had made up previous to their wedding. And it was something about Cabo. She showed me the T-shirt, something like Cabo Chicks or something. And it was a pre-wedding bachelor party of a bunch of ladies who were going to Cabo San Lucas. They had T-shirts made. And that she took that at the time as she took the wedding list.
Okay. And did she describe for you where she had taken that T-shirt from? Did she say?
It was inside the house, maybe on the interior of the dining room, on a table, something like that.
Now, sometime a few weeks or so before Dan and Linda Broderick were killed, did you have a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick about the fact that they had gone to Notre Dame?
Yes.
Can you describe what she was saying and how she was saying it?
She was very frustrated and upset that the Notre Dame trip had gone on as planned, as it always had for years. She felt her children weren't being looked after well there. There was some problem with Kim and the pecking order of where she was sitting at dinner. Boys left in a hotel room. She had a frustration that Mrs. Dan Broderick was going back to Notre Dame, and it wasn't her.
Did she refer specifically to Linda as being Mrs. Dan Broderick?
Yes.
And did she say anything about Linda and whether she was doing a good job of being Mrs. Dan Broderick?
She never gave Linda any type of compliment at all. So no, she was not, didn't like the way she dressed her. Linda just didn't do anything well in Betty's eyes.
You indicated that she was frustrated. Was she angry?
Concerning the Notre Dame trip?
Yes.
Yeah, she was just always angry. So yes, she was angry and frustrated.
Now, how about the day before Dan and Linda Broderick were killed, that Saturday? Did you see Elizabeth Broderick that day?
Yes, I did.
How was it that you saw her?
I had the habit of dropping by to see her early in the morning, and this on spare time the weekends that she had her children, the boys, and I stopped by at the condo, and I hadn't seen the condo, and she'd been wanting me to come and see the condo, and
But this was there was no like prearranged agreement. You just stopped by
no.
to say hi.
No, yeah, and I always did that.
Okay. And about what time was it that you did that?
7:00, 7:30, more towards 8.
Who was with her there at the condo?
Danny and Rhett.
Do you know whether she had spent the night there or was she just over there bringing stuff over, if you know?
I can't recall. I think that she spent the night at the house and was maybe there at the picking up Rhett's soccer uniform, or she was trying to get Rhett had a game, and she was very agitated that day, so it was hard to track where she'd actually been.
And this was the condo on Morning Way that she had bought there in La Jolla.
Mm-hmm.
Did you indicated that she was very agitated that morning? Was she? Can you describe what she was agitated about?
She had received a letter the day before from, I assume Dan, but it was an attorney, and they were going to put her back in jail.
Okay, this was her description to you.
Right.
That she was telling you that she had received this letter and that was what they
It
were
was on
gonna
the
do.
counter.
Did she show you the letter and ask you to read it?
She wanted me to read it.
Are you okay? You want to need a drink?
No, I don't. She wanted me to read it, but I did not.
Was there any reason for that?
I'd read everything and I knew that she'd probably had a problem with something else again. I just didn't want to read it anymore.
Okay. I think there's some water in that picture.
Any clinics or clinics here too?
Go ahead.
Other than indicating that she was angry about receiving this letter the day before, did she say anything? Was she angry about her financial situation? Did she
Yes.
say anything about that?
She'd been to the accountant, I assume the day before, and after she sold the house, the other house in La Jolla, paid off her taxes, her back taxes, and it was income tax. She'd only have $50,000 left, and she was very upset and frustrated and angry about that. After all this, that's all she would have.
And again, this is what she was describing to you. You didn't have any independent knowledge of whether or not that was true or whether the accountant had actually told her that. Okay. Did she say anything about the recent, that morning, did she say anything about the recent trips that Dan and Linda had taken?
That morning,
Mhm.
I can't recall. She might have, I just have a problem
Okay.
with remembering.
Was there any time shortly before the murders that she had complained or talked about the trips that Dan and Linda were taking?
I put that further back around Halloween, you know,
Halloween would have been that same week, is that
would have
correct?
been that Tuesday before that day.
And what did she say?
She was just real upset that they were taking a lot of trips, and then I guess brought into that Saturday where Kim was in Arizona trying to straighten out her academics at University of Arizona, and she was very frustrated that Dan wasn't going to pay for Kim's tuition, and it was going on and on about everything. That particular day talked about an awful lot of stuff, and
Was she, when you say she was going on and on, that particular day, what was her demeanor when she was discussing all these things?
extremely upset, extremely angry, livid.
Did she say anything about Linda?
Yes, she said Linda was the last. I can't remember on that day. I need that testimony. I just can't remember.
Would it help to refresh your recollection?
Yes,
Take
it
a
would.
look at an
I'd appreciate it.
interview? If I can have a moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Do you recall Ms. Pickard giving an interview to a district attorney investigator back on November 27th of 1989?
Yes, I assume it's that day.
Short, so a couple of weeks after these events.
Yes.
And if you take a look at that report,
For the record, who wrote the report?
dated November 27th, 1989, written by investigator Bill Green, and referring to page 4 of the last paragraph. Can you read? I mean, not can you read, do you need glasses?
I need my glasses. Can I go in? I'll try and read this.
Does that help to refresh your recollection about that conversation that day? And do you recall what she said about Linda?
Frustrations over Linda taking all the trips that Linda was leading her life.
When she said that Linda was leading her life, how did she say that? What would you describe?
She was very angry that Linda was leading her life.
Before you left that day, did she ask you anything in particular about Linda?
Yes, she asked me if Linda was pregnant. And I told her, how would I know? I wouldn't know that.
Did she say anything to you about knowing that Dan and Linda were trying to have a baby?
I think a month before she had said that they were going to have another family.
During that conversation while you were there on that Saturday morning, did the issue come up of how Thanksgiving was going to be spent?
Yes. She asked me what I was doing for Thanksgiving. And I told her that I didn't have my children. And she turned to Danny and said, well, what are you doing? And he went to the phone and called his dad. And he got off the phone and he said, we're going to be with you, Mom, for Thanksgiving. And part of Christmas Eve and part of Christmas Day and all of the vacation.
So he had called his father, Mr. Broderick, to confirm that?
Yes, that morning. I stood with the calendar and we marked it on the calendar.
And what did she appear to be happy about that?
It didn't seem to affect her. I was excited because that was something that was real important to her.
Did she say anything about whether or not she was going to actually have Thanksgiving with the kids?
No, she really didn't because she brought up the China thing again.
What was that?
That she didn't have her China. She couldn't have Thanksgiving because she didn't have her China.
Was it your impression that she was saying even though she was going to have the kids that she couldn't have it because she didn't have the China?
Yes, that was my impression.
By the way, when you would go over to visit Elizabeth Broderick at her house, for example, in Calle de Cielo, was she security conscious? Did she keep the doors locked?
No.
When she wasn't there, would you be able to go into the house?
Yes. I'd leave her a note on the counter that I'd been there.
So the door, she would be gone, no one would be at the house, and the doors would still be unlocked?
Most of the time they were unlocked. Sometimes it was locked.
Now, sometime after November the 5th, when Dan and Linda were killed, did you have a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick from jail? Did she call you from jail?
Yes.
And was that on November 26th, right after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Can you describe what she said? Do you recall what she said in that conversation?
It was just a very short conversation. She had, she sounded great. She said she'd never been happier. Her roommate was Karen Wilkening, who was doing her hair and her makeup, and she just sounded very good, very exuberant. It was a very short conversation.
Do you Do you know what the purpose of the conversation was? I mean, did she?
No, I don't think there was a purpose.
But she indicated to you that she was very happy.
Yeah.
If I could show you with respect to exactly what she said to you, would it help to refer to a report?
Certainly.
Report dated December 13th, 1989, written by Mr. Green. If I'm the one, so it sticks out to you.
Glasses.
Does that help refresh your recollection about what she said about never being happier?
Yeah, she's never been happy in her life.
Did she say anything about I couldn't feel better?
Yes, she said, I'm sorry. I really do need my glasses if we keep doing that. Can I read this?
No.
It had to end. There was so much unhappiness.
And I couldn't feel better.
And I've never felt better.
After that conversation, did you receive another phone call from her from jail?
Yes,
And was that on December 26th
yes,
of that year, the day after Christmas?
yes.
Did she say anything, again, this was a phone call from jail from her, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she say anything to you about why she had killed Dan or Linda? Anything specifically about Linda?
Linda was destroying her life, destroying her family, destroying her social life.
That's what she said to you?
That's what she said to me. And I said back to her, so you destroyed her? And she said yes.
And how did she say yes?
She said it very lightheartedly. Did not bother her.
Did she laugh?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether there was anything that you could have done to have prevented it?
I asked her what could I have done to stop you from what you did. And she said there was nothing you could have done. Nothing.
Did you take any more phone calls from her after that?
No, I didn't.
Was there a reason for that?
Your Honor, objection is relevant.
Overruled, you can ask that.
Yes, it was just too painful. It just was more than I could handle.
I have no further questions.
Touchdown.
Pickard, you have, I take it you have a lot of friends?
I hope so.
I think that's irrelevant. Whether she has friends.
Overruled, you can answer that. Do you have friends?
These times when you were visiting Elizabeth Broderick, you had a lot of friends, didn't you?
Yes,
You had a very busy life. You had a business of your own.
yes,
You were raising children.
yes.
And during a time that you were visiting Elizabeth Broderick, you were also friends with Dan Broderick, weren't you?
I hadn't seen Dan in about 6 years.
You had been dating a judge that was a close friend of his,
Occasionally.
and that was someone who was going to the wedding that day.
I assume I wasn't at the wedding.
And I take it that you must have talked to people going to the wedding, didn't you?
Yes,
And people were talking about lots of rumors about Elizabeth Broderick, were they not?
yes,
And so you decided that that you would be the one that would go over and sit with Elizabeth Broderick, kind of making sure that she wouldn't do anything.
yes, it was my decision.
Well, you talked to some other people. You set up the system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Beeping system. So.
With one other person.
During the time, and also you're very good friends with, even now, people that are very close to Dan Broderick, are you not?
Like who?
Well, you've gone to the opening of his bar in San Diego. Mr. Broderick was building a bar that you went to the opening, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Do you remember indicating in a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick when you were taped with the district attorney that on opening night of Reedy O'Neill's, you went to Reedy O'Neill's?
About 5 hours after the opening.
Okay. The times that Kim Broderick has been in town, you've been taking her out to Palm Springs, going places with her, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Kathy Broderick, you have.
Yes.
You've been gone to some ceremonies for Mr. Broderick.
No.
Did you go to at any place where there was, at a bar where there was some kind of tribute to Mr. Broderick?
At a bar?
Yes.
No, I've never been to any memorial things to Dan Broderick.
And during the, when did you first meet Elizabeth and Dan Broderick?
1977.
Okay.
Spring.
Spring of 1977?
Mhm.
And during that period of time, I'm sure it came to your attention very quickly that Mrs. Broderick was somebody who was very concerned with money, and it was very important to her.
No, I don't think it came right away.
In a short period of time?
As we all kind of grew up together, and
And going on through the 70s and the 80s, into the early 80s, you indicated the relationship that you remember Mr. Broderick having with his children. Is that correct?
correct.
Were you around any of the au pairs, that were living in the home?
There were au pairs. There were several.
Have you talked to the au pairs about Mr. Broderick and what was going on in the family and his attitude?
To the au pair girls?
Yes.
No.
Do you know why any of them would?
Objection, Your Honor, she doesn't talk about this.
Sustained.
Well, have you heard that any of them have a reason?
Objection, Your Honor, it's improper.
She said, in my opinion, Mr. Broderick, I'll ask them, have you heard?
You asked, go ahead.
If you heard, have you heard that some of the au pairs writing home to their family while they were living there would talk about how horrible Mr. Broderick was to the children and to his wife in the early 80s? Had you heard that?
No.
Would that change your mind of someone about Mr. Broderick, of people living in the home?
Not
Describe him in that way?
Not coming from the au pair girls, no.
Okay. If you were to hear that have you heard that the boys said that their father would scare them? Had you heard that?
No.
Would that change your mind about how they felt about their father?
No.
Had you heard that when they would, about being on a boating trip and Daniel Broderick ripping the seats out of the boat and throwing into the ocean and scaring the children?
No.
Would that change your mind if you were to hear that to be true?
I don't think so.
If you were to hear that he would kick the dog and the children would be very upset about it, have you heard that?
Have I heard that he has kicked the dog?
Yes.
The little dogs that they used to have?
Yes, and the children would be very upset about it.
Well, the dogs were easy to kick. I mean, I stepped on dogs
No,
once.
ma'am, not, I mean, going up and
Actually-
kicking the dogs because he was mad at them.
No, do I
Have
believe
you
that?
heard that?
Have
Have
I
you
heard
heard
that? I've heard that from Betty. Yeah, Betty would say that over the years.
Well, have you
Did I
heard,
see it? No.
okay, what would, did you hear Kim's testimony the other day?
Parts of it.
Did you hear Lee's testimony last time?
No.
So you have, would that change your mind about Dan Broderick? If you were to hear that was true?
Did he kick? Are we still on the dog?
Yes,
Kick the
you're
dogs?
still on the dogs.
Would it change my opinion of Dan?
Yes.
No, it would not.
Would it change your opinion about Dan if you were to hear that in fits of temper? Or have you heard that he destroyed the lawnmower, destroyed aquariums, he's thrown doors out of window. He's ripped a door off the garage over a can of Coke, that he ripped the garage door off. Would that change your mind? Have you heard that?
He ripped the garage door off?
Have you heard that?
No, I've not heard any of this.
Would that change your mind if you were to find out that was true?
I don't think so.
Have you heard that one time when they were at the home that Rhett and Danny were arguing and the boys are thrown against a wall? Have you heard that?
No, I have not heard that.
Would that change your mind if you were to find that was true?
How would you know it was true?
I'm asking you if you knew it was true, if you were to hear that. You didn't go to the divorce trial, did you?
No,
Okay. You didn't go with the boys when they testified, did you?
no,
If you heard that was true, would that change your mind?
probably not.
If you heard that after having drunk driving convictions that he drove with the children in the car when he was under the influence, would that change your mind? Have you heard that?
I have not heard that he drove with the kids. I heard about the drunk driving.
Well, if you were to hear that he would drive with the children when they were drunk, would that change your mind?
When the children were drunk?
When he was?
When he was drunk? That changed my mind, my opinion of Dan Broderick. Might lessen it a tiny bit.
Okay. So that would lessen it a tiny bit.
If it was true.
If you were to hear that he was not paying attention to his family, going out with the boys instead, have you heard that?
Yes, I've heard that he did that.
Okay. And where did you hear that from?
Betty.
Okay. If you were to hear it from another source, you didn't believe it, I take it, because you heard it from Betty.
Oh, no, I did.
You did believe that.
Yeah, I believe that Betty said that.
But you still felt that Mr. Broderick was an exemplary father, even though you heard that.
I felt that he was a good father and did the best he could do.
If you were to hear that the boys, Dan was a very good dresser, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
If you were to hear that there was complaints from the school about the boys going to school with holes in their shoes, and inappropriate dress, have you heard that?
Yes, I have.
And that's from Betty?
Yes, that was from
Have
Betty.
you heard it from any other source?
I think when you were asking Kim, or somehow in the trial, first or second trial, I can't remember which.
Would that change your opinion?
No, I have a little boy too.
And he goes to school with holes in his shoes.
He wears a uniform, so I'm covered.
If you were to hear that Rhett went to school every day with a runny nose and it wasn't taken care of, and they
Objection, Your Honor, that is all assumed facts, so I don't know what this is.
Sustained.
When was your divorce going on?
87. I think it was final, yeah, 87.
Okay. There was a period of time where you said you were going through the divorce though,
Mhm.
and you were not seeing Elizabeth Broderick. When was that?
I would say I didn't see Betty for about 4 years. I'd put it about the 83 to 87 frame.
Okay. And so from 1983 to 1987, virtually you had lost contact with each other.
On a one-to-one basis, yes.
And then sometime, do you remember, was it after 87, 88, or was it sometime?
88, 89 is when I was closer.
You've described Elizabeth Broderick as a alcoholic spender. Is that correct? That was your opinion of her?
You referring to that in the last trial?
Well, I'm asking if you've ever referred to her that your opinion of her was that she was an alcoholic spender.
Last trial, yes.
And she'd always been that way, as far as you can remember.
Yes, a compulsive alcoholic spender.
And if the only thing that she worshipped in life was money, and she always had, and she always, was your opinion, she always would?
Objection, Your Honor, that's.
Overruled is uncrossed. Is that true or not true?
Would you repeat the question, Mr. Early?
The main thing that she had worshipped in life was money. And that was something that that was always your opinion of her.
Money was her main focus.
And it always had been.
It was important to her, yes.
Well, you not only said it was important, you indicated she worshipped money, didn't you?
Objection is to time when she's referring to.
Sustained.
Well, I mean, that was your feeling as the last trial, that she was somebody who worshipped money. Isn't that correct?
The last,
Excuse me, it's vague as to time and when she was referring to.
Sustained.
Well, let me give you your time frame, okay, and see. Did you say that, is it your opinion of her that she was close to money, she worshipped money, it was her main goal in life, she loved it, she is a very materialistic person, she always was?
and
Is that your opinion?
in the 88, 89 years, yes, that is my opinion.
What, you indicated that she always was.
She always enjoyed what money bought, but as the last 2 years, it became more of importance to her than anything else. But I think that's what I said.
I'd like to refer you to page 512 of the transcript. You need your glasses.
Would you mind if I got this?
No, that's,
No, I don't-
that's all right. Go ahead.
Read to yourself the question on line 27 and then go to line 2. And was it your answer that she was very materialist, worship money, and she always had?
What you're saying is not true. It's in here, not where I'm interpreting it. Start at 27. What was the defendant's attitude about money? She was real close to money. She worshipped money. It was the main goal in her life. She loved it. She's a very materialistic person. She always was. That part, she always was. Worshipping money was very strong in the last few years.
The,
Can we get that on record? She was talking softly, so let's turn that on.
I'm sorry.
now, you're also a friend of Gail Forbes,
Yes, I met Gail through Betty.
and you also, you've come to the trial a number of times last year to watch parts of the trial, even when you weren't testifying, did you not?
I came when Gail testified and when Brian testified, yes, and I sat outside.
And you always indicate, did you go any of the divorce hearings with Elizabeth Broderick?
Not at all.
And you knew that there had been a hearing in 1986 that dissolved the marriage, I believe you said, and sometime in 1989 that there was a decision as to the property?
Yes,
Okay. Now, Betty was always the dominant one, so you must have known that the property in Telluride you believed it was in her name, not Dan's name?
Objection, Your Honor. Close perspective.
Let's start on that. Okay.
Do you know where all the property in the household name was in? Did you know?
no, I did not know.
Did you know who all the accounts, as far as all their money was in, whose name that was in?
I really knew nothing about their finances, Mr. Early.
Now, you indicated that you talked to her about people having affairs and divorces. That was a subject that came up. Getting on with her life you were talking about.
Objection, this a compound question.
You remember talking to her about getting on with her life, is that correct?
Certainly.
And you talked to her about, did you talk to her about husbands having affairs on their wives?
No.
And that subject never came up?
Whose husbands? Her friends?
Did she ever bring up the fact of Dan having an affair on her?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
That's who you're referring to?
And did you talk about other people getting over affairs? Did that subject come up, or you just didn't talk about that?
I don't recall talking about anybody getting over affairs.
Okay. Did she express any anger about that?
About what?
About the fact that of her family, that there was an affair, and that was one of the things she felt destroyed her. She talked about that.
She was very upset over that situation.
But you didn't talk to her about that. You didn't talk to her about she should get that behind her.
Oh, I certainly did.
And so you did talk to her about affairs, and
Her personal relationship was her affair and it involved her. I did not talk to her about anybody else's affairs because I don't know anybody else that has affairs. I was only talking about her affair.
she didn't talk to you about other people, their friends who had affairs and how they gotten or passed them, or how their husband had handled it different than Dan.
She might have, yes, I think she did.
And she talked about the Barlottas.
Yes, she did.
Who else did she talk about?
Good, I'm going to object.
Rule.
I don't know if anybody else talked about. I don't think there was anybody else.
You don't remember any other conversations about that?
Objection, she's answered the question.
Stan? Now, you went over there Saturday and you indicated you had a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick. This is November 4th, 1989. Would you say that the conversation was fairly compact because she was in a hurry?
No,
How long did that conversation last?
well, she had time to make me coffee and try and make a bagel. I would say I was there the longest I'd ever been, probably close to an hour or so.
And you mentioned that they were in a hurry because of a soccer game.
They were going to soccer game later. I think she also had to get Brett's haircut.
So at that point in time, did she appear to be in a hurry because she had to go to a soccer game?
No,
Did she appear to be in a hurry about anything?
no.
And she pointed to the letter that was on at the condo on the counter, is that correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
You never actually saw this letter. She just pointed to some letter, but you never looked at it, picked it up, or read it. Is that correct?
No, I never read it.
So you don't know for sure which letter she was referring to.
I was referring to one she got the day before from Dan that threatened to put her into jail.
And that's the way she described it. to
That's the
you,
way
is
she
that-
described it.
Okay.
No.
You never read the letter.
I never read the letter.
Did she have a stack of letters there?
No. Just that letter. It looked like it was several pieces of paper.
Was there furniture in the condo at the time, or was it fairly empty?
Fairly empty. I think she was in process of moving, or sort of. It was sparse.
Now, you were asked if you had some friends that were friends of Dan or Linda Broderick. You still have some continuing friendships with people who also knew Dan and Linda?
Oh, yes, long before I knew Dan and Linda, I knew these people.
You have still some continuing friendships with people who knew Elizabeth Broderick, is that correct?
Certainly.
I mean, you shared the same social circle long before Elizabeth Broderick killed him, is that correct?
Absolutely. And we still do.
And since Elizabeth Broderick killed Kim and Lee and Danny and Rhett's father, have you attempted to be supportive with those kids?
Yes, I have. Mostly Kim. And Lee, I don't see very much, but mostly Kim.
So you've had some continuing contact with her and
Yes, I have.
you were asked about some circumstances, whether or not you'd ever heard any circumstances of Dan Broderick hitting a lawnmower. Did you ever hear any circumstances of what went on about that or what preceded it?
In all those years?
Yes.
No.
Have you ever known anyone to lose their temper and smash some sort of object because they're angry?
Mm-hmm.
Did Elizabeth Broderick ever tell you that she killed Dan Broderick because of his temper?
No, I have an objection to this reading.
She had some conversations with you after killing Dan and Linda Broderick, correct?
Correct.
Did she say anything in any of those conversations about killing him because he had smashed a lawnmower?
No.
Or killing him because he had once pulled Danny and Rhett apart when they were fighting?
No.
Do you know whether or not Danny and Rhett were seeing a psychologist at the time that Mr. Broderick might have pulled them apart when they were fighting?
I have no knowledge of that.
So you don't know whether the psychologist would have been very well aware of that.
I know nothing about it.
The times that you went over to the Broderick house before they separated, often the children were there and Dan was there as well.
Correct.
You indicated that you've gone over there and seen them all sitting on his lap in the living room, correct?
Years ago, watching cartoons.
Did they ever appear in your presence to be afraid of their father?
Never.
Did Elizabeth Broderick complained a lot that Dan Broderick was treating them poorly, right?
What time frame are you?
After the separation.
Yes. She wasn't happy the way he was parenting.
Okay. And did she ever explain to you why, if she was so unhappy with the way he was parenting, why she wouldn't take the children?
Your Honor, objection, that calls for conclusion, speculation, assumes facts, not evidence.
Did she ever explain that to you or not?
Of why she was not have
Why?
custody of the children?
Why, if she felt Dan Broderick was being so abusive to the children, why she didn't take them? Did she ever explain that to you?
No.
Your Honor, that assumes facts, not evidence. The court knows that there is a court order. Now, I am not. Your Honor, can I approach?
Yeah, I wish for
Sidebar?
Sidebar. Come on up.
Just a couple of brief questions. Did you and your husband invest in some property with Dan and Elizabeth Broderick before they separated?
They invested with us,
They invested
along with
with
10
you.
other couples.
Okay. It was like a limited partnership type thing?
They were the limited, we were the general.
And was Elizabeth Broderick's name on that property?
Yes,
And did she receive her fair share of that after the separation?
absolutely.
I haven't.
Roxanne?
What was the name of that property?
Pioneer Park. She even thanked me that day.
I have no further questions.
Any further, Ms. Wallace? Witness be excused.
Thank you.
Such a
Thank you very much, ma'am.
And ma'am, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Linda Stout, S-T-O-U-T. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Stout. Can you tell us what your occupation or employment is?
I'm an interior designer.
And were you employed by Mr. Dan Broderick at some point to be an interior designer?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall when that was?
I was employed in December of 1985.
Had he moved into the house at 1041 Cypress at that time?
No, he
Did you continue to work for him once he did move into the Cypress house?
Yes,
And was it your job basically to help him fix up that house?
yes.
How long did you work for Dan Broderick?
From December of 1985 to, I believe, October or November of 1988.
And that was a kind of was it a continuing, ongoing process?
Yes, it was.
And during the course of that time, did you become friends with Dan Broderick as well?
Yes,
Did you spend a fair amount of time at the house?
yes.
Were you ever requested by Mr. Broderick as part of your employment to change the locks on his house in Cypress?
Yes,
Why did he ask you to do that?
because security was a problem in the house. There were people coming and going, and in order to slow down the traffic that was going through the house, I would change the locks at periodic times.
And what do you mean by the traffic that was going?
He was trying to keep Elizabeth Broderick out of the house.
And so, how many times over that period of time did you have to change the locks?
Through the October, November of 88, 3 times, and then a 4th time in May of 89.
Were you aware at all during that time whether or not Mr. Broderick had hired security guards as well?
Yes, I was.
How was it that you were aware of that?
Because I was stopped at various times by a security guard, because I also have blonde hair and approximate same age as Elizabeth Broderick. They would stop me and ask me to identify myself.
So this was on times other than when security was provided at his wedding?
Yes,
Do you recall the incident in February of 1986 when Elizabeth Broderick drove her car through the front door?
Yes,
Were you working for Mr. Broderick at the time?
yes,
And after she damaged the door, did he ask you to take some photographs of the
Yes.
damage? Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 53, a poster board containing 6 8x10 photographs.
So Mark,
I'm gonna set it right up here. If you could take a look at these photos that have been enlarged. Do you recognize those photographs?
yes,
Were those the photographs that you took of the damage to the door?
yes.
At the time that this occurred, was there any major construction that was going on at the house?
No,
What if anything was going on? at the house?
only a preliminary planning phase. No changes had been made to the house at that particular time.
Okay, so the house, the front of the house here wasn't under construction in any
No.
way? And the front door was being used by people coming in and out?
Yes,
Did he also ask you to go over to the Coral Reef House at the time and check out the condition of the Coral Reef House?
yes.
Can you describe for us what you discovered when you went to Coral Reef?
When I arrived, I went around to the back of the house because I was told that there was a sliding glass door that was broken there. And there in fact was a sliding glass door broken. I walked through the broken glass window, and there was a very strong smell of some flammable material, I guess gasoline. And as I went further into the house, I discovered on some stairs going to the second floor that there were burned patches and matches thrown various places, and then the remains of a pack of matches on the stairs. And there was a light fixture that was broken also.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 54, Your Honor, a poster board containing 4 8x10 photographs.
so Mark,
Did you take some photographs when you were there at Coral Reef?
Yes,
And showing you what's been marked as People's 54, do you recognize these photographs?
yes.
Can you identify them for us by going through each one, A, B, C, and D, what they show?
A is the broken sliding glass door that came from the backyard into, I presume, a family room. B is the chandelier that was in the entry that was broken. C are the stairs, the first landing, up to the first landing of the stairs going to the second floor. And the little white things that are showing up are burnt matches, and the blackened area is burned area or melted area. And D is at the bottom of those stairs with the matchbook that with all the matches gone out of it, it's ready to open.
When was it that you went over there? Was it the same day that this occurred?
The next morning,
The next morning? And the smell of gasoline was still strong the next morning?
it's very strong.
Was it throughout the house?
The smell was throughout the house. I identified that the gasoline seemed to have been poured on the stairs and perhaps even up the second flight. I couldn't tell by that time. The odor was so strong, and it meant that replacing the carpet throughout the stairway area would get rid of most of the odor.
And did you do that for
Yes.
Mr. Broderick, replace and fix the damage? Did you ever find a brick anywhere inside the house?
Yes, there was a brick in a trash can in the kitchen.
So it wasn't lying on the ground, someone had put it in the trash can? And how about a gasoline can? Did you see that anywhere?
There was a gasoline can in the garage.
When you were working over at Mr. Broderick's house, would you sometimes be there during the day when the family wasn't at home?
Yes,
And did you ever have the occasion to accidentally hear a message that was being left by Elizabeth Broderick?
yes.
Can you describe that?
The message that I have referred to as the one that made me realize that I didn't really want to listen to what was on the tape machine when it was amplified was, a call that came while I was in the master bedroom with a contractor reviewing what could be done to make the fireplace operational. And the phone did ring, and all of a sudden I heard a female voice using rather gross language. And the contractor who was with me, his eyes sort of got big, and all I could think to do was to quickly get over and see if I could turn it off or turn the volume down, because I decided we didn't need to hear the rest of what was going to be going on.
Did you do that? Did you turn the volume
Yes.
down? And do you recall anything specific about the message or?
Yes, there was references to was there and was some things like that.
Do you recall about what time it was that you heard this message pretty much?
It was in the late morning, probably between 10 and 11 o'clock.
So, and I take it the children weren't there, the children were at school.
No one was there.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Cross that.
When was it that this happened? The phone call?
I cannot tell you at this time. I would have to go back to notes, job notes, and
Do you remember what, summer, winter, fall? Just if you can just give me an estimate, that's all I'm asking for. I realize you can't give me the exact day.
just based on the progress of projects at the house, I would guess it was probably spring of '87, but I could be very wrong. But just knowing what I was doing, it could have been fall of '86, because once the front of the house was damaged, that was the focus of all work until it was completed.
And the front that you're talking about damaged is the doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you went to the house on Coral Reef, were there any police officers there?
No.
Any police gate?
No.
Okay, so no signs of any police officers have been there?
No.
Did you know when you went there that there was a gas can there?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Broderick?
No.
How did you know to go to Coral Reef?
I was asked by his secretary. I was called initially and left a message with my answering service that there had been some damage at Cypress Avenue. And then when I called the office and got further information, there was information that Dan wanted me to go to Coral Reef and take a look at that and see what I could do about it.
So, but the information you got is that someone had already been to Coral Reef and knew there had been damage there.
Evidently. I don't know that for sure.
Well, the message you got was the message, go over and check and see if there's anything wrong, or go look to see what's happened and see what can be done about it.
I presume that someone knew what was there, but I was also asked to take notes and take some pictures. So I don't know who had been there or what information had been already gained.
Now, and you indicated that there was times that there were security guards hired that you were aware of, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that was, by having a security guard there, was quite obvious that there was somebody guarding the residence.
Yes.
There was also an alarm system in the house, is that correct? There was one that was in the house, isn't that right?
At what time?
In Cypress, in the time that Mr. Broderick moved in.
When he moved in, yes.
And Mr. Broderick, you talked to him about hooking up the security system, didn't you?
It was operational and was used before the front door was damaged.
Okay. And after the front door was damaged, was it ever used again?
No.
You had asked Mr. Broderick whether he wanted that turned on again, didn't you?
It would require a great deal of work to make it operational during the time that the front door was being repaired, and he chose not to do it at that time.
Okay, but after Well, an alarm system, all it really has is a wire going to the door to show whether it's open or not. Isn't that correct?
This was a very old alarm system that had been installed many years before, and the information I had gained from some people looking at it said that it was going to take a great deal of work to put it back together again.
From just the, and just from the door itself, from the damage we see.
There were bells, there were horns, there were all sorts of different wire combinations that were tied into the front door.
And so it was Mr. Broderick said he didn't want to, insurance covered this, did it not? Went through an insurance claim, didn't it?
I presume it did. I took pictures so that the insurance company would know what I had seen, and since I was there the next day before, particularly with the front door, I needed to close it up and board it up, and the insurance agent couldn't get there before I could get that done.
You don't know whether insurance company said, no, we won't pay for the damage?
I have no idea.
For your right? Witness be excused.
Yes.
Mr. Early, objection?
Gordon Broderick, Broderick.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, lady.
Hi.
I take it you're the daughter of the defendant, Elizabeth Broderick.
Yes.
Daniel Broderick was your father.
Yes.
Kim is your sister.
Yes.
And your two brothers are Danny and Rick.
Yes.
Got that all right? Let's go back now to November 5th, 1989. Do you recall on that date living at 863 Sapphire Street in Pacific Beach here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You wait till I finish the question. In San Diego here?
Yes, Pacific Beach.
Okay. And on that date, were you living there with a boyfriend by the name of Jason?
Yes.
And you've been living there for approximately 8 months?
A little bit shorter than that.
Okay. On that date, early in the morning, do you recall receiving a phone call?
Yes.
What time was it approximately?
Approximately around 7 a.m.
Did you answer the phone call?
Yes, I did.
Who was in the line?
It was my mom.
What did she tell you?
She said she was in trouble and she needed my help.
What else did she say?
She told me that she shot my dad. She shot the son of a bitch. She wanted to come to my house. And I told her to come. She said she was at a payphone in Claremont and she would be right over.
Did you say anything else that there might be a situation where she might not make it?
She said she'd be over if the police didn't pull her over first.
And the words, excuse me for repeating it, but the son of a bitch, that isn't your characterization. That's what your mother said on that day?
Yes.
Did she then later come to your house or your
Yes.
apartment? And how long did it take her to arrive?
About 10 or 15 minutes.
Once she got there, did your mother tell you more about what went on?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that she thought she had shot my dad, but she didn't know because it was dark and drapes were drawn. She wasn't sure.
Did she say how she was talking about your dad living at Cypress?
Yes, she said she went over to the house with the key and she tried the front door, but it wouldn't work, so she went around to the back door with the key.
Did she tell you whether or not the key worked in the back door?
Yes, she said that it worked. She went into the house and up the stairs and around the TV room.
Now that would bring her into the back entranceway into your dad's bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she did next?
She said she shot the gun one time, but it fired 5 or 6 times. She told me that she didn't know what had happened because the drapes were drawn and it was completely dark. I was asking her if she had hurt anyone, if there was any screams or blood or anything like that. And she told me that she didn't think that she had hurt my dad because he had sat up and said, all right, you shot me, I'm dead.
Did she say when she came in the bedroom before she shot, did she say that she came in behind Dan and Linda?
She just said she went through the TV room.
Would that put her behind, you know where the bed was at that time?
Yes,
Would that have her entering behind their head, so to speak?
yes,
Did she say anything about a telephone?
yes. She told me that she pulled the phone out of the wall and ran away.
Did she say why she pulled the phone out of the wall?
No, I can't remember.
Do you remember stating that earlier that she pulled the phone out of the wall so your dad couldn't save himself?
Yes, I remember saying that earlier. I believe that was my conclusion to why she pulled the phone out of the wall. She did not tell me that is why she pulled the phone out of the wall. I just assumed that that's why.
Did you testify at the last trial in this case that your mother told you that she pulled the phone out of the wall so he couldn't save himself?
Yes, I do remember saying that, but those were not her exact words.
But you did testify that way.
Yes.
Now, when you said that your mother told you that after she had shot the gun, your dad talked to her, what did she say your dad said?
She said he sat up in bed and said, all right, you shot me, I'm dead.
Then what happened?
She pulled the phone out of the wall and ran away.
Did she tell you that after your dad said these things, that he fell off the bed?
I don't recall.
On the date of the killings, did you have a conversation with Detective Allen?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell him what you remembered in that conversation with your mom?
As best as I could, yes.
Do you remember telling Detective Allen that you said that your mother described your dad saying, okay, I'm dead, you shot me, I'm dead, and then he fell off the bed?
No, I don't remember testifying to that. I remember testifying saying, all right, you shot me, I'm dead. That's all.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Allen that, though?
Those exact words, yes.
That your dad fell off the bed after he said those words to your mom?
Yes,
And was that accurate, what you told Detective Allen?
yes.
Now, when your mom got to your house, did she ask you to call an ambulance or get some help for Dan or Linda?
No,
When she came there, did she have a purse
yes.
and a gun in the purse?
I don't remember seeing the gun, but I told Detective Allen that it was in the house, in the purse.
And that was the day of the shootings?
Yes,
Is it correct that you believe you must have seen the gun when your mom came to your house that morning?
yes,
Have you seen your mom's gun before?
yes.
I want to hand you what has been labeled People's Exhibit 23. Is this the purse that your mom brought that morning?
Yes,
You've seen that before?
yes.
And by the way, the bailiff was just checking to make sure it's not loaded. This is People's Exhibit 24. The gun is, you want me to just hold it for you here?
Yeah, that's the gun.
Okay. When your mom got to your house, did she tell you to go anywhere?
She asked me if I would go check on my little brothers at the Calle del Cielo home.
Did she also want you to get certain things at the Calle de Cielo house?
Yes, she asked me to look for a key and to look for her phone book.
What was the key to?
As far as I knew, it was to the closet in her garage where she kept her valuables.
Is that a room where she had outfitted with a special lock or deadbolt so it'd be secure?
Yes, I believe she had it installed for that reason, so that she could keep her silver and her wines and jewelry and things like that locked away.
Valuables that you didn't want anybody else to touch?
Yes.
Okay. And how long had she had that safe room?
I can't recall.
A month, 2 months?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did she tell you where the key was?
Yes,
Where did she tell you the key was?
in a pewter cup on the mantle.
What about her telephone book?
She told me that it would be in the kitchen.
And did you go to Calle de Cielo to get these things for your mom?
Yes,
I take it she stayed at your apartment on Emerald Street?
Sapphire Street.
Sapphire Street?
Yes, she stayed there
And you went to Calle de Cielo?
with Jason. Yes.
Did you get those items that you wanted?
No,
You couldn't find the key?
I couldn't find the key, and I also couldn't find the phone book.
When you were at Calle de Cielo on that occasion, did you run into any police officers?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
My brother Rhett was riding his bike around the cul-de-sac, and as I came out of the house, Rhett was talking to me, and the police were hiding in the bushes at the next door neighbor's house. They came out and asked me if I had seen my mother. I said no, and they asked me what I was doing there. I said I was getting my laundry. I went back in the house, got my laundry, and I left.
So it'd be fair to say you weren't quite truthful with the police officers in that occasion?
I was not truthful with the police officers. I told them I had not seen my mom that day.
Did you then go back to your apartment on Sapphire Street?
Yes, I did.
And was your mom still there?
Yes.
What was she doing when you came back?
She was on the telephone.
Did you have the opportunity to see her on the phone for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
And was she calling quite a few people?
Yes.
Now, where's that phone located?
In my room on the bedside table.
And that's the only bedroom in your apartment?
Yes.
And it's a small bedside table where your telephone is?
Yes.
Now, did there come a time a little bit after that your mom decided she wanted to turn herself into the La Jolla Police Department?
Yes. Right when she got off the phone, she asked Jason and I if we would drive her to turn herself in.
And did you drive her to the police department?
We drove her. We got in the car and we started driving to the police station, and she told us that she wanted to meet her friends Diane and Ronnie at a parking lot at the Magic Pan restaurant.
Did you ultimately go to the police department with everybody?
We picked them up at the parking lot and went to the La Jolla police station.
And I don't want to get into hearsay here, but just based on what went on in the car, was there a decision that made that your mom was not going to turn herself in at that point, and you went somewhere else? I don't want you to tell me what other people said, but
She did not decide that she did not want to turn herself in. The other people in the car decided that it would be best for her to get legal advice before she turned herself in.
and your mom agreed with that position.
Yes.
Where'd you go next?
I dropped them off at a telephone.
When you mean them, you mean your mom and
My mom, Diane, and
Ronnie Brown and Diane Black?
Yes.
Did your mom at that point want you to go to her condominium?
Yes.
And did she want you to bring several things back from that condominium to her?
Diane had suggested to me that it would be a good idea to get some of her legal papers so that we could find her some legal advice to turn herself in. She told me that to just get a whole box of stuff. And I did not know what was in the box, but I did as I was instructed and got the box.
That was your mom that told you that?
Yes.
And did your mom tell you to bring back your diaries, excuse me?
She just told me to get the box and to bring it back to them. I did not know at the time what was in it. I didn't find that out till later.
Did she tell you to bring back her book?
She just told me again to get the box. I had no idea what was in the box.
Did she draw up a list of things for you to bring back from her condominium?
No, she didn't write me a list of things to bring. She wrote down some things that I might need to know. She wrote down a combination to the lock on her storage garage. She wrote down that Mimi Siegel was the person that takes care of her bills and accounts. She wrote down a will, a little thing, a piece of paper that she had Diane and Ronnie sign that said that if anything should happen to her, that my brothers and sisters and I would divide anything that was left of hers.
Okay,
And I believe that's all she wrote to me in the car at that time.
okay. So she wrote out this little will and she had Ronnie and Diane sign it as witnesses
Yes,
and she gave you the will.
yes.
The last time you testified in this case, do you recall being asked about whether or not your mother told you to bring back certain things?
Yes,
And you recall testifying that you did tell, your mother did tell you to bring back her diary and her book?
yes, I did testify to that, but I didn't find out that they were the diary and her book until I actually got the box and opened it up and saw that it was the diary and the book and other legal stuff.
Okay. But you did testify to those things, I take it?
Yes,
And did she tell you where that would be found, this box of legal stuff?
yes.
Where was that?
She told me it was underneath the desk in the garage.
It might have been a little bit before this, but was there a time when she took off her jewelry and gave it to you?
Yes,
Where did that happen?
before we got in the car at Sapphire, my apartment, before we got into Jason's car to turn herself in, I had asked her if she would take off her necklace and give it to me.
That was a diamond necklace, I think?
Yes,
And did she have a diamond watch too?
yes, I believe she took off her watch, her earrings, and her necklace.
And she gave those all to you?
Yeah, she put them on me.
Now, when you went, did you then go to the condominium to get your mother's diaries and her book and her other legal documents?
After Diane suggested that in the car in front of the police station, I dropped them off at the telephone and then I went to her condo with Jason.
Was that the last time you saw your mom that day?
Yes,
And on the way, what did you make of the condominium?
yes,
Did you get inside?
yes, we did.
How'd you do that?
We broke in through a window.
And that's because you didn't have a key?
Yes,
Did you locate the items that your mother wanted?
yes, they're in the garage under the desk.
And on your way back to your mother from the condominium where you stopped with the police,
On the way out of the driveway to the condominium, the police pulled in and told us to get out of our car, to park the car and get in the back of their car.
did you later come down to the police headquarters and give a taped statement what went on that morning to Detective
Yes.
Allen? Now, was there a time after you had been at the condominium and talked to the police that you went back to your apartment and saw that there was a message on your phone answering machine?
Yes,
Did you play the message?
the detective played the messages, yes.
And you gave the message to him?
He took it, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have a cassette tape and an enclosing box. It's been marked People Exhibit 55. I would like to have it so marked. It's already.
So Mark.
Thank you. The council will consent to the playing of the tape at this time.
Go ahead.
I want you to listen to this tape. Can you tell us whether or not this is the tape that was on the machine?
Jason, this is Greg. If you're ready, give me a call back, please. Thank you. Ms. Marie,
Before you go any further, stop for a minute.
Was that rewound?
I was going to say, and secondly, will both counsel stipulate that my reporter doesn't have to transcribe the tape?
That's correct, Your Honor, but I think we're only looking for one message.
Yeah, this was, I think, an earlier message that I might have rewound past the,
Well, turn it down low and get to the message you want to
I
play.
think we're at it right now.
All right, go ahead.
We're gonna come over with the police in a little while.
The problem is at the break, we were out at the council, now I think we've lost our reference point.
Just turn it down low and play it for yourself. Why don't you take a step out in the hall and do it? Just take a step out in the hall for a minute.
Okay.
You can take it to my chambers and just plug it in. If you folks want to stretch for a minute, go ahead. Same with the audience, who wants to stretch for a minute, go ahead. Everybody but Miss Shirley. Go ahead.
It is 11:05. I have an appointment with an attorney at 11:30, and I will be going there, seeing that you didn't come back. Don't worry, sweetie. Everything will be okay. I hope you're okay. I don't know if I do. I'll call you again as soon as I can. Thank goodness you have the machine on. Bye.
Was that the message you sent out to you?
Yes.
Now, the next day, in your bedroom, did you find a set of keys on a key ring?
Yes, I did.
And whose keys were they?
My sister Kim's.
Had you seen them before?
Yes.
Where did you find them in the bedroom?
They had fallen between the bed, side table, and the bed. They're in between.
Is that table that has that has a telephone on it?
Yes.
And hand you a set of keys that's been marked People's Exhibit 47. Are these the keys we're talking about? These are Kim's keys?
Yes.
And these are the keys that had somehow mysteriously disappeared some period of time before the shootings. Is that correct?
My sister had lost them, and she had told me to look around for them.
Had you found them before that time? You didn't see them before that time?
No.
It's true that your mother knew what those keys were.
I believe she would recognize them as Kim's keys.
You testified that she did know your sister's key ring. Isn't that correct? At the last trial,
Yes.
and that's accurate.
Yes.
Did your mother ever tell you that she had found your sister's keys in a couch at Calle de Cielo?
No.
You don't recall her ever telling you that? Now, is it fair to state that for a long period of time before the shooting, your mother made a lot of threats to do things bad to your dad?
Yes.
And is it correct that she said, according to you, quote, Mom always says, strike that, let's go on to something else here. You saw your mom shortly before the shootings.
Yes.
It was, I think, a day before.
The Friday before?
The shootings were on a Saturday. You saw your mom on a Friday,
Yes.
and that was when you went out.
I think Councilman spoke, the shootings were on the Sunday.
I didn't speak. Thank you. And you were with your mom on Friday.
Yes.
What was she doing fine on at that time?
She was a little bit upset about a letter that my dad had sent to her, but we didn't want to discuss it any further. We wanted to go shopping and have a nice day, so I didn't want to ask what the letter was about. She just indicated to me that she was very upset about another letter that my father had sent her.
Okay. Other than that, was she okay?
Yes.
And you went shopping at Nordstrom's on that Friday?
Yes.
Was there a number of times when your mother would leave vulgar, obscene messages on the message machine at the Cypress where you live with your dad?
Yes.
And did you, from time to time, tell her to stop doing that?
Yes.
And did she say that, basically a quote here, it was a free country and she could cuss if she wanted to?
Yes. Sounds about right.
Did your father at any time ever beat your mother or physically assault your mother?
Not that I saw, no.
And did you see your father ever physically assault or beat yourself, Kim, or your two brothers?
He spanked us, but I wouldn't call it assaulting or anything
Was there any,
damaging.
okay. Was there anything inappropriate about the spankings? Were they properly administered?
Yes.
You saw nothing wrong with the way he spanked anybody?
No.
Okay. I mean, you probably didn't want to get spanked.
Yes.
After your mom and dad separated, did your dad indicate that he was afraid of your mother?
Yes.
And that he was afraid that she might do something to hurt him?
Everybody knew that my dad was afraid of my mom. We don't know why.
Wasn't your dad afraid that your mother might hurt him?
Yes.
And didn't he, because he was afraid of her, take every effort he could not to talk to her or see her?
Yes, he would avoid her all the time.
And even when they had to possibly have contact, let's say when the boys were being dropped off or picked up, he would probably stay in his car and let the boys walk in.
Sustain.
Do you recall when the boys would be dropped off or picked up by either your mom or your dad? What would your dad do?
Usually when my dad had to pick up my brothers or me or Kim at my mom's house, he would call first from his car phone and tell us that he was on his way. He'd be there soon. When we heard the honk, we were supposed to come outside. We would stay in the car and honk.
And that was because he didn't want to have a confrontation with your mother?
Yes.
Now there were some times when your mother did threaten your dad's welfare,
Yes.
and she has said certain things such as, they can forgive me for the language, but that she said she was going to shoot my dad if he gives her any more shit. Is that a statement you made about your mother threatening your dad?
I could have made that statement. I don't remember that being her direct quotes, but that sounds like something she might have said.
On the day of the shootings, when you had that statement with Detective Allen that was taped, did you tell Detective Allen that she said that she was gonna shoot my dad if she gives her
No, I
any?
object to either this refreshing memory or teaching.
Sustained. Will you do it, Mr. Burkhoff? Let her read it to herself first.
Certainly. You do recall talking to Detective Allen on the day of the shooting?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I believe I have a copy of this transcript.
I believe counsel does. It's
Let it-
page
let it
6
see
of
the
Detective Allen's
Let him see it first.
report. It's been provided, sir.
I have the tape, not the transcript.
It's in the tape, and here's the transcript.
Well, I would like to have the transcript so I can check it with the tape and make sure it's accurate.
You're entitled to a copy of the transcript.
But do you disagree with that statement that you told Detective Helen then?
Your Honor, there's been an objection.
Objection sustained until he gets a copy of the transcript to compare with the tape. Do you have the tape here?
We have the tape available. I don't think we have it in the courtroom.
You'll have to go into that area at a later time.
Okay, thank you. Now, the gun that your mother had that you identified, she did fire it and practice her shooting with the gun?
She invited me to go to the shooting range with her once. That's the only time I know that she shot the gun.
And she kept that gun in her bedroom in Coyote Cielo?
Yes.
Did your mother ever tell you that I just keep it, talking about the gun?
Your Honor, I have an objection to
Sustained.
Did your mother ever threaten to do anything with the gun if your father did anything bad to her? Gave her, I guess in her words, any more shit? Again, I apologize for the line.
I don't really remember. She would threaten to kill him, not specifically shoot him.
She never said she was going to shoot him?
She may have. I don't remember.
Did she have the gun in her pocket when, at least on one occasion, your father came over to either drop off or pick up the boys?
Yes, I saw the gun in the pocket of her robe.
In fact, she showed it to you, didn't she?
Yes.
And again, we're talking about this gun right here she showed you?
Yes.
And this is indeed the gun that she threatened to shoot your father with, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
You want to make a record what the exhibit number is?
Yes, Your Honor. For the record, I'm holding up the same gun as People's Exhibit 24. Thank you.
Cross sound.
Have you read your transcripts of your interviews?
Yes.
I would request that I get a copy of those, which she's read, Your Honor.
They'll be provided, Your Honor.
All right, you're entitled to them.
Does he want it now? We have to make a copy of them. If he wants them now.
Well, I would like them before I finish my cross-examination.
All right.
The time that your mother was called you that day, what was she like when she called you to come with?
She sounded to me like she was very upset. She needed my help.
When you say upset, how upset was she?
Her voice was shaking, and I believe she was crying. I couldn't see her, but it sounded to me like she was crying.
And did she indicate where she was?
She told me she was at a payphone in Claremont.
And could you hear cars going by?
Yes, I could hear noise in the background.
And did she then come over?
Yes, about 15 minutes later.
Okay. Now, when she, at the time before, you mentioned the time that she asked you to bring you to the police station. Had she mentioned that before that?
Yes.
Okay. And so very early on, she mentioned going to the police?
Yes, she was worried that the police were going to see her car out in front of my house. And she didn't want the police to come and take her from my house. She wanted us to drive her to the police station to turn herself in.
Okay. And when she arrived at your house, was she very upset at that time?
Yes.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was she at sometimes a little bit hysterical?
Yes, very.
Okay. And when you were talking to her, was this a easy conversation you were having, or was flowing, or were you asking a lot of questions?
I was basically, Jason and I were asking a million questions. She was trying to answer them.
Was she repeating herself sometimes?
She was repeating herself, and she's talking really fast. She was moving around a lot. We couldn't get her to hold still.
Was she answering sometimes, repeating the same thing about
Yes.
what the question was?
Yes.
The during the time that she was there, did she ever get sick?
Yes, I tried to make her a cup of tea and have her sit down and drink it. But she took one sip and ran to the bathroom and threw up.
Okay. Did she ever ask you to hide the gun?
No,
Okay, did she ever ask you to hide anything?
no.
When she told you about trying the key in the front door, she said it didn't work?
Yes, she said she tried the front door and it wouldn't work. So she went around to the back door.
Did that surprise you?
No, not at all.
Why is that?
The lock at my dad's house was hard to open with the key, even though it did fit.
Okay, in the front door?
It would stick.
And the key is it's an obvious key, is that correct?
Yeah, it looks like a hotel room key. This one, yeah. It's a lot larger than any normal car key or house key.
Now, I take it that your mother is usually somebody that when she's talking in normal tones, she's a fairly fast talker.
Yes.
When she talks to the children, does she try, even if she's upset, not to appear to be upset? Try as much as she can.
Yes.
Okay. So
She would hold back her tears if she's
if she
upset
can.
about something. If she could hold them back, she would try.
At the time, were you upset, given what her attitude was and what was going on?
Yes, very.
Did you try to call your father's house?
I tried to call my father's room after my mom had called me, and I didn't know the number. I picked up the phone to call, and I remembered that I don't know the number there. My dad had a separate line in his room and in his office, and I was not allowed to know the number.
Okay. Did she talk to you at that time about some papers that upset her that day?
Objection, Dave, as to what time we're talking about.
No, it's the same.
And when she was sitting there talking to you that morning, did she tell you that she was upset about some papers that she received and she couldn't go on?
Yes.
And you indicated that when you came back, you left, when you came back, she was on the phone, is that correct?
Yes.
You were there when she was trying to call people, is that correct?
When I came home, she was on the phone with her father in New York.
And was she upset at that time?
Yes.
Had she been trying to call her a psychiatrist?
Yes.
Was she able to get through to him?
No, she tried to call a few numbers to diagnose, but it was a Sunday and he wasn't around.
And then at some point in time, some people came and she left the house to go turn herself in, is that correct? You drove her to a place?
Jason and I and my mother went together to turn her in to the
Okay.
police.
And you went to a place right across from the police department in La Jolla?
Yes, the La Jolla, I believe it's across the street from La Jolla Country Day.
And you sat in a car outside and Ronnie Brown and Diane Black were discussing whether she should turn herself in or whether they should try to reach a lawyer first?
Yes, we were all, Jason, I, Diane, and Ronnie were all deciding who should take her in, which one of us should go with her.
You mean physically walk with her at the police
Yes.
station? And you indicated that you wrote a list out of things for you. Was that a list that she was doing through? Were those things that you were asking her? What am I supposed to do, Mom? What are your numbers?
I believe she was the one to write them down. I didn't ask for the information that she gave me.
Okay.
She just wrote it down on a picture that was lying on the floor of Jason's car.
Okay, so this was something that there was a picture that Jason had in the car, and she just picked it up and said, if I'm gonna turn myself in, these are the things you need to know.
Yes.
Did she write the will out in the car?
Yes.
And she had Diane and Ronnie witness it at that time?
Yes, they both signed it.
And whose idea was it to get some of the stuff that were in the house, which ended up being the diaries and her book?
I believe at the beginning, when we started talking about legal advice, it was Diane's idea to go to the condo and get some legal papers. My mom was the one who instructed me where to find the things that she would want.
Now, the Friday, do you remember what time you saw her the Friday before? Was it in the morning, the afternoon?
I believe it was in the afternoon, early evening.
Did you talk about anything else that was going on with her that Friday when you saw her?
No, not really. She told me about the letter that she received, and she told me she was very upset about it. We started to get into the conversation. I didn't want to ask any questions because I knew that if I brought it up, it put her in a bad mood. We'd never end up going shopping.
Okay.
So I told her at that time that let's just go shopping. Everything will be okay.
But there's nothing else. She didn't tell you she'd been anywhere else that day or done anything else?
No.
Okay. And was there a reason that you remembered that it was Friday? Was that just because that's when the sale starts for Nordstrom's?
I believe it was the women's half-yearly sale. That's how I remember that we went there.
Now, you indicated that your mother had the gun in the robe once when your father came over. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she didn't take the gun out and point it at your father, did she?
No.
And she told you that she carried the gun sometimes just because she was scared when your father came over. Objection, Your Honor.
Overall, answer that.
She didn't tell me why she had the gun with her when my dad came over. I assumed that she was scared. She never really told me why she had it with her.
During the time that do you remember how your family was before they split up? Did it appear to be a happy family, sad family?
Objection.
Yeah, overruled, you can answer that.
Before my parents separated, I thought we had a really happy family.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you never saw your father hit your mother. Did they used to argue in front of you? What did they used to do?
If they were fighting, they wouldn't fight in front of us. They would go into their bedroom and lock the door and fight in there.
And was that a fairly, that they would do that right away? They would go in?
I don't remember. I just know that my parents didn't fight that much. I didn't think they fought that much, and when they did, they wouldn't do it in front of us.
You indicated that that there were times when that your mother left vulgar messages in the house in Cypress.
Yes.
Is that correct? Were those vulgar messages every time she called? She'd leave a vulgar message?
Not every time.
Would there be times where she would call, where you would get the answering machine and there would be a number of messages from her that were nice, and then the last one or two would be vulgar?
Sometimes if she got through and got to talk to someone, she usually wouldn't use vulgar language. It was only when she couldn't get through a number of times that she'd get frustrated and start yelling obscenities in the phone.
Okay. Were you at her house sometimes when you would hear her leave?
Yes.
Where she would yell into the phone?
Yes.
Okay. When she would you ever hear messages coming from the boys at Cypress that made her try to get a hold of them?
Yes.
Were some of them cries for help from them? Some objections to what that means.
No, sustained.
Be upset if
Some, they would be happy. They would just want to talk, pick up the phone, Mom, are you there? They would just keep rambling off about things and the dogs. And other times they would be upset. They would cry and say, like, they've been waiting all day for my mom to call. Like, why won't she call them back? Sometimes they were upsetting and sometimes they were friendly and nice.
Did your mom keep a portable phone?
At some point in time, she bought a purse phone so that she could carry it around with her in her purse in case my brothers were trying to get through to her.
Yeah. And that was the number that she left with them?
Yes.
Did you indicated that your father avoided seeing your mother in person, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know what was going on in court?
No, I did not know. I would only hear things from my dad.
Just sustained everything, just know you answered the question.
Did you have any idea what your father was doing with service or what he was doing with other things that were going on around the divorce?
No.
You indicated that your mother often when she would get mad, her statements would include a lot of times she was going to kill him.
Yes.
So would it
A
always?
lot of times.
I mean, how would she say that? Would she say he's making me so mad I could kill him, or would it all differ, or?
It would all differ, but it all referred to her not being able to go on like this, and if things kept going the way they were going, she was gonna have to kill him.
Okay. And I take it that would have been an expression she'd been using for a long time.
Yeah, she would tell all of us she was gonna kill us if we wouldn't do what she said. Like, take out the trash or I'm gonna kill you. But we didn't take it seriously, of course.
Did you ever, you indicated you saw the gun one time?
Yes, I've seen it a few times.
Okay. And when were the few times that you saw it?
Well, my dad had come to me and asked me if my mom had a gun, because he had heard that she did have one from my brothers, and he figured that I would know, if anyone, because I was the one that spent the most time at my mom's house. So he came to me and he asked me if I could find out if my mom had a gun or not. So I went to my mom's house. I asked my mom, everybody knows you have a gun. Come on, I want to see it. And she said, wait here. She made me wait outside her bedroom. She went into her room and got it. And came back out and showed it to me.
Now, there had been rumors started about her having a gun for a long period of time, had there not?
Yes, I had heard she had a gun from my brothers and from Linda and from other people besides her.
Okay. Had you ever, no, I'm talking about even before this gun was bought. Had it been going on for years, people saying that she had a gun?
Yes.
Had you ever seen another gun?
No.
The morning that the morning of this incident, where your mother came over your house, I have a moment here.
Certainly.
You indicated there was at least one occasion where your mother and father got into an argument and your father hit your mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in regards to the time when when your mother ran the car into the front door?
Yes.
Did you indicated that your father, there was at times where he's never actually physically struck you, is that correct?
Excuse me?
He's never physically struck you other than to spank you?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a time where you would make sure, where you knew that when your father was in a bad mood, where you would stay away from him?
Yes. If Linda came home from the office and told us that he had had a bad day at the office, we would stay out of his way and try and be good.
Yeah. And you knew that when you'd been around when your father would get mad at things and start destroying them, didn't you? Okay. And the kids would make sure that they stayed away from him during those times?
Yes.
Okay. And there would be times when your mom and dad were still living together and married, and your mother would tell you when your father was in a bad mood to be quiet and stay away.
Yes.
Your Honor, there's some questions that they went into from the transcripts that I want to check the transcripts on against the tape. I wonder if this is an appropriate time for that.
Yes, can I see both counsel sidebar off the record regarding scheduling just before recess? I have to check and make sure we're still on the same schedule. We thought we were on it last time we discussed scheduling. It would appear things are going, believe it or not, a little faster than we thought. It's anticipated the people's case will end the early part of next week. As you can see, we have a significant number of exhibits that we have to do rulings on or have discussions on outside your presence. Rather than wait until the people rest, which is when we normally would have those type of discussions at the end of their case, which would cause a break in the testimony, and to have us be able to go right from the people's case into the defense case, counsel have agreed that we'll do that tomorrow. So we'll do that outside your presence tomorrow. We'll be in session on this case tomorrow, but we won't need you for what we're going to be doing tomorrow. So you, in effect, get tomorrow off. So we'll see you folks Monday at 9 a.m. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions on it until it's finally submitted to you. And again, an additional caution, please be extra careful not to watch anything on television that has to do with this case. Have a nice weekend. Ms. Lee Broderick, you resume the stand, please. You're still under oath from last week, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Irwin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a moment.
Yes.
The, during the week or 2 weeks before the death of your father, did you have any conversations with, involved in any conversations with Kim about Arizona, Greece?
Yes, I did.
What was Kim's attitude and demeanor during that time?
She was very upset about her situation with the apartment, and she was also upset that my dad wasn't sending her money.
Did she mention why she was upset that her dad sent her money?
Well, she wanted to get an apartment in Arizona, and my dad told her that it was too expensive and to keep looking for a cheaper place. And she cried to my mom and told my mom that she really wanted this apartment, and my mom agreed to give her money.
How did Greece come into it?
Well, my mom and I didn't know that my dad was paying for his friends to go to Greece. We found out through my sister that he was paying for the whole trip for everyone to go.
And how was Kim when she would go over your mother's house? What would Kim's demeanor be? Would you ever see her upset?
Excuse me, objection, Vegas to time.
Sustained.
During the time after the split between your mother and father, did your mother ever come over and talk? Did Kim ever come over and talk to your mother about problems she was having at your father's house?
Yes, she did. She would often come over, very upset, and tell my mom about her problems with my father.
Okay. Now, was this something where your mother had to pry it out of her? She'd come over and tell her?
No, she'd just come over in tears and explain why she was upset.
When you were living with your father, and this is after the time they separated, would your father drink at home?
When he came home from work, he would usually make himself a drink, either wine or gin and tonic. When he got home, he'd usually do that and sit down and read.
Now, when your father, would your father usually eat dinner at home?
Yes, he would eat dinner at home Monday through Friday.
And would he stay home then after he had dinner, or would he leave sometimes?
So it varied. Sometimes he had meetings scheduled that he had to talk in. Sometimes he would stay home. Sometimes he would go to movies. It all depends.
And would this be something he would usually do after the maid left?
Yes.
Now, on weekends, would your father, when he wasn't going out of town, would he go out on Friday and Saturday?
Yes, he would go out with his friends.
And who would stay home with the children?
Either Kim and I would babysit Danny and Wright.
And was there times that your father would pick you up places after he had been drinking?
Yes, he would pick me up at my friend's house in La Jolla, and before I had a driver's license, and I would sometimes drive the car.
Okay. And would he always, what would be his condition?
Well, if him and Linda had been drinking and they had to come someplace to pick me up, he would ask me if I would drive the car because I had a permit to drive with a person 25 or older in the car. So he would ask me to drive.
Would his condition, would he always be, would there sometimes he'd be very drunk?
Objection, Your Honor, reading.
Sustained.
Okay. How would his state of intoxication vary on those occasions?
Well, it appeared to me that he had been drinking and he didn't want to be pulled over for another drinking and driving violation, so he would try and have me drive if he had consumed alcohol that night.
Okay. And how would the condition, can you describe, were there extremes? I mean, sometimes drinking a little, some a lot, or
Sometimes he'd drink a lot, sometimes he'd just have a couple drinks. It all depends on where he was and what he was doing.
Do you, when you testified about sometimes your father's demeanor, did he ever do anything with the dog when he'd get mad?
Yes, he didn't like the dogs. He would call them names and kick them.
Now, during the time, how would you describe, did you have people that came at the house? Were they there just babysitters? Was there a little of them? From the time that your mother and father separated?
We had many babysitters from the time they separated. There was different ones. A lot of them didn't work out. We tried some and they were fired. Others we just didn't like.
Did Linda David, was she there?
Yes, she was a babysitter at one time.
You saw her on the witness stand?
Yes.
Did she look when she was babysitting there like she did on the witness stand?
No, she looked a lot different. She used to wear an earring in her nose, and she looked a lot different than she does now.
Okay, and did she have, after when your father wasn't around, did she have people visiting her?
Yes, her boyfriend would come over at night if my father was not coming home.
Okay. And what did he look like?
Sustained.
Did your mother complain about his looks and being over there?
She didn't like the way Linda David looked. She thought she looked like trashy, and she didn't want my sister and I to dress like that. And she thought it was a bad example for Linda David and her motorcycle boyfriend to come to the house while my dad wasn't there.
Were there other problems that your, at least mother got involved with sometimes, some of the babysitters or people bringing boyfriends over?
Yes, she also had a problem with Robin, our other babysitter. She didn't like the way, she thought Robin was rude. She didn't like the way Robin yelled for us whenever she called, and Robin's boyfriend would also spend some time at the house.
Was there a time where your father was out of the country and your mother was called about bringing food and medicine over?
Yes, when my father went to Europe, I called my mom and asked her if she could bring some food and some medicine over because we were sick and had the cold. And I believe we spent the money that my dad left on miniature golf and pizza and things like that. The first couple days he was gone. So for the rest of the week, we didn't have any money to buy things because we had spent it already.
Okay. Do you know whether your mother got fined for coming over the house during that time?
Well,
Action calls for speculation.
Overall, do you know or don't you? Yes or no?
yes, she did.
Was there a problem sometime with food at the house where your mother was talked to about that?
Yes. At the beginning, the babysitter, my dad would give the babysitters money to go to the store and get food, and they would buy dinner food, steak and chicken and things like that. And so we always had a freezer full of food, but when we came home from school, there wouldn't be things for us to eat. So we had to talk to my dad about it, and then he finally did talk to Robin about it, and then she would go buy us chips and things that we could eat after school.
Was at a time before your father finally did it, was there some arguments between your mother and father about that?
Yes, there was.
You had was there a car that was available for your and Kim's use at your father's house?
Yes, we were to share the MG midget.
Okay. Now, when you say you were to share that, was that at a time before Kim went away to Arizona to college?
Yes,
And was there a problem with the MG?
yes. We didn't know what the problem was. It would just stall and wouldn't start again.
Okay. And did both of you talk to your mother about that?
Yes, we talked to our mother and our father about it.
Okay. And did your father buy a car at that time for anybody?
No, he thought that we were making it up to try and get a new car.
And
We talked to our mom about it, and she finally did buy me and my sister a car.
when you moved out of the rental house and your mother took you over to your father's house, what was she like at that time?
She was upset. I didn't know if she was upset with me or upset. She was just very upset. She told me to pack my stuff and I was going to my dad's house.
Okay. Did you talk about whether the rent was up on the rental?
Yes, she said that they couldn't. The Blues were the family that were coming back to their house. They stay there in the summer, and they were planning on coming back.
When your mother moved into the home at Cali de Cielo, did she have any furniture at that home?
When she first moved in there, no, she didn't have any furniture.
Was there any arguments that she had in terms of trying to get some furniture that your father had for the home?
Yes, I believe so.
Whose furniture was in the home at, what furniture were you using at Coral Reef? When
we first moved there, the furniture was left at the rental house. So we had no furniture at the Coral Reef house either.
And when the rental was up, did the furniture get moved over to Coral Reef?
Yes.
And showing you what has been marked as defense over identification. Have you seen these pictures before?
Yes, I have.
Was your mother trying to get that furniture?
Yes, she would ask me if I would go ask my father for the 2 dark wood tables and the dresser.
And were you able to get him to agree to give her that furniture?
No, he said that he was using them for his files and she couldn't have them.
Were you aware in 1989, after the divorce decree, of a problem involving the wedding china?
Yes, I was.
And were you did you talk to your father and Linda about the wedding china?
Yes, my mom had asked me if I could ask my father to give her the wedding china.
Okay.
And I would ask him, and he would say no.
And did you ask Linda about the wedding china?
Well, I kept bothering my dad about it, and he finally said yes, I could take the china if she would just shut up about it. And Linda told me that she had replaced a few chipped pieces in the set that had cost her a few $100s that she had put into the set to restore it, and she didn't win it in court, and she wasn't going to get it, and she was hiding it, and it wasn't in the house. So she came to look for it, not to look around because it wasn't there, and she'd never find it.
Did your mother ever go to the house to ask about it?
Yes, she did.
Okay, when she went, what was her demeanor?
She was very upset. She noticed that my dad and Linda had new wedding china, and she didn't realize why they were keeping hers from her.
The in 19 was there some time in just before sometime just before your father was your father died that you were told to leave your father's house, you and Kim?
Yes, my dad told us, well, he told me and he told my sister the same night, but at separate times. We were called into his office and he told us that I would be 18 next month and I was going to be an adult. It was time to find a job and take public transportation and live on my own, get an apartment and start my life as an adult. And he later told my sister the same thing.
Was she upset about that?
Yes, she was very upset.
Okay. And at a time, was there a time when Kim was off in college that you were living in your father's home?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you at the time when she was off in college? Where were you living in the home?
Well, when she was off in college, I would stay in her room. But the day she came back from college, I was kicked down to the poolside dressing room area.
Okay, and that's a little room that's next to a pool where where just people go in to change their clothes?
Yes.
Okay, did it have bathroom facilities?
It had a sink, a bar type sink and a mini refrigerator, but it didn't have a bathroom, no.
Okay, and if at night, if no one was home in the main house, could you get into it?
No.
And so,
I would knock, and if no one was there, I could always sneak around and break in through a window that I knew about. But if nobody was home, I couldn't get in without breaking in.
okay, did you ever use canyons for the bathroom?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now and would there be problems when when your father would have friends over and you were in the pool room?
Yes, he asked me if I could keep all my things in the little dressing room stall so that it wouldn't look like anyone was living there. Because all it was a couch and a wet bar, and he wanted to keep it as a pool room. He didn't want it to look like someone was living on the couch there. So every morning I would pick up my stuff and throw it in the little dressing room area.
When your mother would come over the house, would she sometimes bring the boys over to bring them back to the house and go into the house?
Yes, she would.
Okay. And was there, if the doors were locked, were there ways that people would get in the house through windows?
Yes, there's ways to break into my father's house.
Sometimes you could push the French doors and they would open?
Yes.
Okay. Would Linda ever call your mother names in front of you?
She wouldn't use profanity, but she would call her fat and stuff like that, crazy, things like that, but she wouldn't use bad language.
Do you remember testifying as to something about the crazy bitch? Do you remember that at all?
Vaguely. I don't remember her saying that exactly. She might have said something like that.
Would she say that about your mother in front of the boys?
Well, if we were sitting at the dinner table and Linda started to talk about my mom, my dad would tell her to stop because it made my brothers very upset. If Linda sat there and called her fat and crazy and things, my brothers would get upset. So my dad would ask Linda not to talk about my mom at the dinner table or in front of my brothers.
Okay. Did you ever hear your brothers asking your mother if she was crazy?
Yes.
Now, were you the machines, the answering machine there was an answering machine in the house at Cypress?
Yes.
Okay. And would you ever see Linda get involved in the answering machine and making tapes?
Yes, she would. If there was a message with obscene language from my mom, she would take the tape out of the machine and copy it on a different tape from my dad.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you would watch Linda listen to your mother call and then turn the ringers off and wait to see if she'd call back and left bad messages?
There was a time when the ringers were already off and the volume was low and the red light was on and you could tell that somebody was talking. So she turned up the volume and it was my mom talking and she told me, don't pick up the phone.
Okay. Now, what would her attitude be like when she got the tapes?
She'd be happy if she could get a tape with bad language. She would be doing my father a favor.
Okay. During the time that, was there ever a time when Linda was first in the house and your mother and father first split up, was there times where she would wear what to the children or your mother wear inappropriate clothes around the house?
She would wear a nightgown around the house, yes.
Okay, now are we talking about, are we talking about the kind of nightgown where someone has got the woolly cotton one? What kind of nightgown are we talking about?
Well, she would wear kind of silky lace, she would wear things that we didn't think she should be walking around the house in.
Okay. Was there any conversations did you know whether your mother was talked to about that?
Yes. We did tell my mom that she would walk around the house in her nightgown.
Did Kim complain about that to your mother?
Yes.
The times that your mother would call up, was there any time of the year or anything that was going on that would make it difficult for her when she couldn't get a hold of the kids in the house?
Just out of calls for speculation.
It's the same.
Well, would there be times where you would notice, you would notice from knowing your mother that there is something going on that would make it certain times of the year, certain dates of the year where it was obvious that she was more upset not being able to talk to the children?
She'd be very upset if she couldn't talk to them on holidays and on their birthday and things like that. If she couldn't get in touch with them on holidays, she would try and call all day until she could get one of them on the phone.
Was there something that was going on at Christmas time and Thanksgiving as far as the ringers and birthdays?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes they were turned off and sometimes they were turned on. But if she couldn't get through on a special occasion, she would be very upset.
And who'd you usually spend Thanksgiving and Christmas with?
Our father.
Okay. And would you ask him about going over to visit your mother on Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Yes.
And what was his answer?
Well, every year was different. Some years one year he let us take a cab over after Thanksgiving dinner. Another year he said that we could spend Thanksgiving with my mom a week later. And sometimes he would let us go over later that night on Christmas. Sometimes we wouldn't be able to see her till the next weekend of the Christmas vacation. It all depended on what year and when.
If you weren't able to visit with her on like Christmas or Thanksgiving, did you have problems in did he say no the next weekend when you would have the Thanksgiving dinner with your mother or the weekend? In other words, were you able to have it but a week late?
Yes, we would have Thanksgiving dinner, but my mom would make it a week after the real Thanksgiving.
Okay. Now, after, as the time went on, 86, 87, 88, did you notice a change in your mother as far as whether she was happy, sadder,
Yes.
weight, anything?
I noticed a huge change in my mother when my parents got separated. She was always upset. She got fat. She used to be really thin before they were married. She started using foul language. She never did that before. A lot of real noticeable changes happened to my mom after my parents got separated.
And as the years went on, did your mother seem to get more depressed or crying, less?
Yeah, it just seemed like she was getting worse.
Okay. And the weight changed from year to year, seemed to get heavier?
I was always worried that she was going to hurt herself or something.
Did she change the way she was, even her habits of how she would walk to the beach and the exercise she'd get?
Yes, she used to walk to the beach and walk along the shores. And then as she got fatter, she would drive to get coffee and then park right there in the parking lot and then walk along the beach. She used to just walk from the house.
Okay. Did you ever see her just sitting on benches?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She spent a lot of time at the beach in the morning, early morning. You were home at a time when your mother came over to and drove her car into your father's front door, weren't you? Yes.
Okay. Now, when your mother first came over there, was your father home?
No.
And what did your mother tell you what she wanted at that time?
She said she wanted to talk to my dad, and she was going to wait there until he came home to talk to her.
Okay. Did your dad come home?
Yes, my sister called him.
Okay. And when your dad came home, what did your mother tell him?
She said, I want to talk to you about what went on with the house in court today.
Okay. And what did your father tell her?
Talk to your
Did he talk to
lawyer.
her about it, or what did he say?
He said, talk to your lawyer.
Did he eventually talk to her, or did he just tell her to leave?
He just told her to talk to her lawyer and to get off his property.
Okay. Now, your mother came back, you were there, is that correct? With the car, when your mother hit
Yes,
the
she
car?
came back with the car, yes.
Okay, and so you were there when you heard the car hit the front door?
Yes,
What happened, did your father go out to the front where your mother was?
yes,
And did you go out there?
yes.
And what was was there an altercation between your mother and father?
Yes.
And what happened?
He came out and stood in the doorway and was waving for her not to. He said, I think, Jesus, Bets, what are you doing? And he stood there and kind of waved her, and she came crashing into the house, and he jumped out of the way. And then she got out of the car and came at both of us.
Okay. And was there a physical altercation between them?
Yes. She grabbed him and he grabbed her, and I was in the middle.
Okay. Did she ever hit him?
Yes.
Okay. And did he hit her?
Yes.
Okay. And how did she hit him?
She was hitting him with the keys in her hand. She had the key ring in her hand, and she was whacking him on the head around me. I was in the middle between them, and she was reaching around me and slapping him on the head with her key ring.
And how did he hit her?
He finally pulled me out of the way and punched her right in the chest, and she fell down.
Okay. And at that time, did she have any weapons on her or in her vehicle?
I believe there was a knife found under the seat later on that day, but she didn't bring it out of the car.
Okay.
The police found it when they came.
Did you talk to the police about that at that time?
Yes,
And did you tell the police that your mother said she was going to kill herself with it?
I may have. I don't recall if that's what I told the police or not. That sounds, I might have said that.
Did your mother say that?
I don't remember right now.
If you would have told it to the police, would that have been because your mother told you that?
Yes.
During 1989, was there a time when you were staying sometimes at your mother's house?
Yes.
Did you know someone by the name of Tom?
Yes, it was my sister's boyfriend.
Was there any calls coming to your mother's house from Tom late at night?
Objection, unless it calls for personal knowledge.
Stan, just rephrase it.
Do you know whether Tom was calling there late at night?
I would not be on the phone when he called, but yes, I knew that he was calling at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, waking people up.
Okay. Did Kim say anything to you about Tom calling?
Yes.
Objection, it calls for hearsay.
Well, that actually can stand.
Okay, and what did Kim tell you?
Objection.
Sustain.
For impeachment, Kim testified there was no such conversation.
Well, you've already established the phone calls at 3 or 4 in the morning, the nature of the conversation, and I'll see the relevance of that.
Was there any problems between Kim and her mother in regards to photos?
Yes.
And what were those photos?
Objection, irrelevant.
Just put a time frame, Mr. Earl.
Okay.
Sustain.
During the time between 1985 and 1989, was there any problems between Kim and your mother with clothes where she went over to look for those, where she had to go over finally and look for them?
Kim would borrow clothes from my mother, and then she would not bring them back when my mom asked for them. So my mom she came to the house a few times looking for her stuff in Kim's room.
Were you aware of a trip that your mother had planned for Hawaii where the children were going to go?
Yes. I believe she was just gonna take my sister and I to Hawaii with her.
Was there at the last minute, was there a cancellation of that plan?
My dad wouldn't let us go.
And how did visiting work at the house? If you were going to visit your mom, how would that? Was there some kind of schedule? How would that be arranged?
If we wanted to visit at our mom's house, we would have to make plans in advance. So we would ask my dad at the beginning of the week if we could go over and spend time with my mom for the weekend.
When would you find out whether you would be able to go?
Well, he told us that he couldn't make his decision without speaking to the psychiatrist first, our psychiatrist. So we would usually talk to whoever we needed to talk to and give us an answer on Friday.
Did Linda have a knack for being able to imitate people?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well, well, did she have the ability to, or did she do things that would be what she considered funny imitations of Betty, your mother?
Not that I recall.
Were you present at your father's home around the time of the wedding when something happened with the wedding list?
Yes.
Okay. Did your mother come over to your father's house?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and do you know why she was over there?
Nope.
Okay, was she with any of the boys? Do you know?
I don't remember. I think so, but I can't be sure.
Okay. And was there a wedding list in the house?
Yes, it was by the front door because somebody was coming to pick it up to write the invitations in calligraphy. And there was a calligrapher coming to the door and we were supposed to hand her the vanilla envelope.
Okay. After your mother was there, did the wedding list disappear from the front door?
I didn't see her take it, but the vanilla envelope was gone from the front door.
Did your father dress well most of the time? Or?
Yes.
Management stand.
And normally, how would he be with the children? Was he someone who was a strict person, an affectionate person?
He was pretty strict. We had a certain set of rules that we had to live by. If we weren't home for curfew, we'd get put on restriction.
I have nothing to
Well,
Thank you.
Ms. Broderick, I wanted to ask you a few questions going back to the morning of November the 5th, when your mother came over to your house after shooting your dad and Linda. You indicated that she had asked you to get a key from the locked closet at her house in Calle de Cielo.
Yes.
Yeah, did she tell you exactly where that key was?
Yes, she said it was in a pewter cup on the mantle.
Was that did you know that key was there before, or
No.
It was because she told you that's where?
Yes.
And did she tell you what it was that she wanted out of this locked closet?
She didn't. She just wanted the key. She didn't want anything from the closet. She just wanted the phone book and the key.
So she didn't want you to get the key and go into the closet and bring her something. She just wanted you to bring her the key.
Exactly.
And what was it that she kept in this locked closet?
She kept her valuables, her jewelry, some crystal vases, silver trays, bottles of wine.
Anything that was particularly valuable she kept in there?
She had a fire safe box that she kept all of her really important stuff in there. The jewelry in there, the papers, just stuff that she felt was really valuable was inside the room, inside the fire safe box.
Okay, so there was a fire safe box inside this also locked closet in the garage?
Right.
Okay. She also told you that she wanted you to get a phone book for her.
Yes.
Was this a particular phone book that she described?
I don't believe that she described it to me because I knew what it looked like already.
Well, we're not talking about like the phone book that the county puts out.
She had a big burgundy phone book that had her initials on the front, and she would use that.
So it was her personal phone?
Yes.
And you indicated that when you went over to her house that morning, you were stopped by police officers?
Yes.
And at that time, you lied to them. They asked you if you'd seen your mother,
yes.
And you said no.
Yes.
And that you wanted to protect your mother at the time?
Yes. Well, I was more worried about protecting myself. I didn't want to get in trouble because she was over at my apartment.
Okay. Later in the day, you gave a full statement to Detective Allen about what she knew about that day.
Yes.
And at that time, you also still lied about...
Yes, I lied about who we were with. I had told him that my mom's friends had come to my apartment, honked, and she had come out to the car. That's a lie. That did not happen. We took her to pick up the friends and then to go to the police station. I didn't want to get the two people involved, so I just told the detective that I didn't know who they were.
And you didn't tell him where you had left your mother? You told him that
Yes.
the last time you had seen her had been at your
Yes,
apartment?
I just said that some of her friends picked her up, they honked, and she left, and I didn't see her.
Now, the list of things that you said she wrote out for you that morning,
Yes.
where was it that she wrote that list?
She was writing that list in the car when we were in front of the police station.
And what was she writing the list on?
A picture that she had found on the floor of Jason's car.
And it was like a Xerox sheet of paper picture?
Yeah, it was a headshot of Jason for modeling, and it was just a big picture of his face on a piece of paper that size.
And you indicated she put several things down, the combination of her storage garage and the name of her accountant and several other things.
Yes.
Correct? And she gave you that list.
Yes.
What happened to the list? Do you know where it is?
Yes.
What happened to it?
She gave it to me. I had it at my house for a while, and the investigator asked if I could look around for it, and I couldn't find it, but I'm moving and I found it just yesterday.
Do you have it?
I don't have it with me, but it is at my house, yes.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that she wrote you a will, or what purported to be a will.
Yes.
Where was she when she did that?
I believe she was in the car, because Diane and Ronnie signed it. She wrote them at the same time.
And what did she write that on?
A piece of yellow notebook paper.
And do you know where the piece of notebook paper came from?
No.
What happened to that will? Do you know where that?
It's probably at my house somewhere. I wouldn't have thrown it away. It's probably in the piles of junk that I have at home.
And she also wrote you a check for $10,000 that day, right?
Yes.
Your name I have marked as People's Exhibit 55, I believe.
56.
56, thank you. A single sheet of Xerox paper purporting to show two sides of a check.
So marked.
You're getting it 55.
No, 55 was a cassette tape from this witness's answering machine the morning of the homicides. So this is 56.
If you could take a look at what's been marked as People's Exhibit 56. Do you recognize that check?
Yes, I do.
Is that the check that your mother wrote to you that morning?
Yes.
And she made it out to you, Kathy Lee Broderick?
Yes.
Now, it's dated November the 4th,
Mm-hmm.
which, and that morning was November the 5th.
Right.
Can you explain that if you can?
I think she just made a mistake on the date.
Where was it that she wrote the check?
She wrote this check. I didn't see her write it, but she gave it to me before we left my apartment.
Okay, so you were still at your apartment. You hadn't gotten in the car and driven
Right.
off anywhere.
Right.
And did you see where she got the checkbook or how she ended up doing it?
I just recall talking about how much she should write it for, but I don't actually remember her taking out her checkbook and writing it. I remember us discussing that she had just received her $16,000 check from my father, and she had paid some bills out of it, so we agreed on $10,000 amount to split between the four of us.
So she acknowledged to you that morning that she had just recently received her alimony check of $16,000.
Well, not that morning, but she said that she had $16,000 in her account, but she had paid some bills out of it, and she wanted to give me as much as she could.
Now, do you recall when you testified back at the preliminary hearing, which was a while ago, do you recall testifying that when your mother sent you to the condo, that she sent you over there specifically to get her diaries, her book, I believe another phone book, and some index cards?
Your Honor, I'm going to object that it's leading, this is redirect on this area, and it's improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection, take a look at your testimony at the preliminary hearing?
Yes.
If I could approach the witness, Your Honor, and I
Certainly.
counsel to page 116 of the preliminary hearing transcript.
Lines.
Lines 16 through 22.
Thank you.
So if you could go ahead and just read that to yourself. Does that help refresh your recollection about what it was that she wanted you to get at the condo?
A little bit. It wasn't another phone book, it was the phone book. We never found it at the house. At the first place we looked, we didn't find it. So it was the same phone book that we were looking for. And I don't remember if she had told me that she wanted those things, or if I had got the box and looked at them and then figured out what they were. I just remember her telling me she wanted the whole box underneath the desk in the garage where your feet would be if you pulled the chair in. That's what she told me. And once I got the box, I opened it and looked through it. So that's how I knew that there were books and diaries and index cards and things like that. So I looked through the box before the police told us to get in their car.
She's the one that specifically directed you to this box and where it was.
Yes.
And do you recall testifying before that when you went to the condo to get these things, that you didn't get into the condo, that the police stopped you before you got in?
Your Honor, objection is still improper impeachment.
Sustained. She's supposed to read that to herself, that's in there. See if it refreshes your recollection first.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to an interview that you gave to an investigator from the DA's office, pages 2 and 3. And if you would read,
Date of the interview and the name of the person writing the report.
the investigator is Bill Green, Your Honor, and the date is, I can find it, February 23rd, 1990.
Thank you.
The last paragraph on this page through line 17 on the next page.
Okay.
Page 1.
Page 2 and 3.
Well, I say that she didn't give us a key, so we couldn't get in. We broke in. We climbed up on the roof and broke out the bedroom window of her condo to get into the. Well,
Okay, so when you indicate that when you got to the condo, the police were there and took you with them.
right. That's not correct.
Okay.
We went with the police after on our way out of the condo.
And what did you do with the box of stuff?
Left it in Jason's front seat of his car. And then later on, I gave it to Diane Black the next day.
Now, other than that list of things that she gave you that morning, from jail, she also wrote you several letters in the first couple of weeks after she got there.
Yes.
And also made some requests to have you do certain things. Is that
Yes.
correct? Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 57? A 4-page document which purports to be a copy of a letter to Kathy Lee Broderick.
So marked.
Again, Ms. Broderick, if you could just take a
Your
look
Honor,
at
may I see that? I didn't bring all the letters that are.
All right.
can you just take a look at that and see if you recognize that as a letter that your mother sent to you from jail?
Should I read this to you?
Is that part of the letter that your mother sent to you from jail?
Yes, I believe it is.
And the letter is dated November the 16th, is that correct?
Yes.
And in this letter, she requests that you do several things. She entitles it Lee Loose Ends and gives you a list of things to do and puts a check mark on the other side where it says check here when done.
Yes.
And some of those things were, for example, to remove certain things from the house and take them over to the condominium.
Yes.
And she wanted you to
Your Honor, I have an objection as to leading.
Sustain.
Did she ask you to meet with the decorator and do certain things with the decorator for the condominium? Would it help refresh your
Could've.
recollection to take a look at it?
Yes, let me see here.
What is it that she wanted you to do as far as the condo was concerned and the decorator?
There's an oak floor that they were installing, and it hadn't been installed yet. She wanted me to meet them at the condo, make sure that they did their work.
And she gave you the name of the decorator and a number to reach you by.
Yes.
Did she want you to get some hair coloring for her?
Yes.
She wants you to get a garage door opener and move an ironing board to the condo?
Yes.
Want you to hold the mail from both of the homes for her?
Yes.
Pay for the storage garage?
Yes.
She wrote you several other letters during that period of time with some things that she wanted you to do.
Yes. She was writing me letters with directions on where I should put all the things in her house and where she wanted me to put them in the condo.
Shortly after your father and Linda were killed, Kim and Danny and Rhett went to Colorado, is that correct?
Yes.
But you stayed here in San Diego?
Yes.
And with respect to your best recollection of what your mother told you about why she pulled the phone out of the wall, do you recall indicating that she told you she pulled the phone out of the wall because your dad was reaching for the phone?
Your Honor, objection is leading.
Sustain.
Would it help to see what you indicated to Detective Allen that day about what your mother said? Would that help to refresh your recollection?
No.
No.
Your Honor, I object as leading and suggestive.
Show her the report, see if it refreshes your recollection.
Well, Your Honor, she said she doesn't need something to refresh her recollection at that time, so why would you show her something?
Well, we wouldn't, but based on her answer, you started to object before she answered. So I was answering your objection. The answer stands.
And what was it that your mother said was the reason for why she pulled the phone out of the wall?
I don't remember her exact words, but it was something, she pulled it out of the wall so that he couldn't save himself or call for help, something like that. I don't remember her exact words. I don't remember if she told me she pulled the phone out or she yanked it out. I don't remember if her exact words were that so he couldn't call for help or so that he couldn't save himself. But it was something like that.
All right. Now, you also indicated that your mom said something that morning about that she wasn't sure whether or not she hit your dad when she shot him. Is that?
She said she wasn't sure if she had hit anyone because it was dark and the drapes were drawn. She couldn't see.
But she did acknowledge that he had said something to her about being shot.
Yes.
And did she also say anything else about, refer to something that your dad had previously said that had been in an article about this won't be over until one of us is gone?
When we were at my house on Sapphire talking about why she wanted to kill herself, why she was so upset, she told me that she had felt empty inside and she was terribly upset about the Reader article where my dad was quoted in saying that.
Do you recall her saying that he said it won't be over until one of us is gone, so I guess one of us is gone now?
I have objection as leading.
Sustained.
Well, okay. Do you recall talking about that again with Detective Allen?
Yes.
No, first of all, I'm going to object that it's leading. I didn't go into this area at all, and we didn't have an agreement as to who was going to cross and direct. Mr. Burkhoff did the direct in this area.
You took her as your witness, so she can be on cross for that. But it is outside the scope, so on that basis, it's sustained.
The incident where your dad, where your mother drove the car through the front door, you indicated that after she got out of the car, that she attacked your dad with a key ring, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that you told Detective Allen that your mother attacked your dad with a knife?
I might have said that, but that didn't happen.
And again, just if you take a look to see if this refreshes your recollection, referring to Detective Allen's report, page 7, the lines 26 through 28.
Right. I probably did say this to Detective Allen, but it's not the truth.
Okay. So you told Detective Allen that she tried to stab him with a knife that day?
Right, but she didn't. I did tell Detective Allen that, but that didn't happen. She had a knife with her, but she never actually tried to stab him with it.
Do you recall?
She might have threatened, but she didn't actually have the knife in her hand.
Did she threaten to stab him with a knife?
Probably, yes.
And you saw the knife in the car yourself?
Yes.
Do you recall where it was when you saw it?
I believe it was on the seat of the car.
And when you say on the seat of the car, you the passenger side, driver's side?
Well, there's one long bench seat in the Suburban. It was on the seat next to her.
So if you're sitting in the driver's seat, it would be like on your right-hand side?
Yes.
And could you describe the knife?
It was I believe it had a black handle. It was about this big.
Just for the record, Your Honor, the witness is indicating, and I'm not good on distances, 10 inches? Is that
about 10 inches?
10 inches to a foot? And had you seen that knife in her Suburban before?
No.
Did you know your mother to carry a knife in the car before? Did she ever talk about carrying the knife?
She carried a Swiss Army knife in her purse, but that was the only knife that I know that she carried around with her.
Now, there were some problems there was a period of time when you didn't have keys to your dad's house, correct?
Correct.
There had been some problems with some keys that you had where your mother had gotten a copy of the key.
Well, my dad would periodically change the locks, and he mysteriously, my mom would get in when the locks would be changed. So he assumed that it was my fault that my mom was getting access to the keys through me. I don't know where they came from,
Right.
but the last time he got the locks changed, he didn't want any type of accident to happen where my mom would find the key or get access to the key. So he told me that since I was the one that spent most time with my mom, that I was not allowed to have a key to his house.
And it was, I mean, it wasn't necessarily that it was your fault, it was that you spent time with
Right.
your mother. And so if there was an opportunity for her to get the keys, that was there, right?
Right.
But with respect to after the last lock change, and when the key to your dad's house was this big key, you never had this key, is that correct?
I believe I had it for a week or so, and then my dad went on vacation, and he took my key from me and gave it to the babysitter. And then when I asked for it back, I was not allowed to have it back.
Which babysitter would that have been, Sylvia?
No, I believe it was Linda David that was staying with us that time.
And with Sylvia Cabin, she was the most recent babysitter.
Yes.
She was the babysitter for a couple of years there
Yes.
before your father was killed. And would she have had the key to the house as well?
Yes.
When your mother took you over to your dad's house at Coral Reef at the very beginning there, that was a situation where you were pretty upset at the time, correct?
Yes, I was very upset. I was crying. I didn't want to go.
So it wasn't something where you had been pleading with her for the week before to let you go over there?
No, I was begging for her to let me stay.
And you indicated that when you got over there, when she dropped you off, Kim and Danny were already there.
Yes.
And when she left you, it was just the three of you then at home. Your dad wasn't at home at the time.
Right.
And there was a period of time for a couple of months there where you all slept on the floor in sleeping bags.
Yes.
Your mother was often critical about the place where your dad lived, wasn't she, about the house?
She was upset that the boys lived so far away from La Jolla and their friends and their activities and things.
Did she ever talk, though, in derogatory manner about your dad's house, that it was at the house in the slums?
Yes. She didn't like the area. The Hillcrest area has homosexuals, and she didn't like the idea of us playing and riding our bikes around. And there's also a busy street, University Avenue is right there, and she was complaining that it was a busy street and just a bad place to live.
And she would say that to you and to the boys, that she didn't want you living in Daytown, or she didn't want you
Yes.
living in the slums.
Right.
And you also acknowledged that that Linda at the very beginning tried very hard to be nice with you and with the boys and to have a relationship with you.
She wanted very much to be accepted into our family. She tried to be as friendly as she could with us, giving us presents and things.
Your mom did tell you and tell the boys sometimes to get rid of Linda, to kick her out of the house, things like that.
Yes.
And she also would constantly ask you and Kim and the boys about what was going on in the house, what your father and Linda were doing, what they were wearing, where they were going, things like that.
She would ask, but we would also volunteer information about what was going on in our life over there.
And do you recall telling Investigator Green that she questioned you constantly, question after question after question?
Yeah, she wanted to know what was going on, who was babysitting us, where they were going, who they were going with, when they were coming back, things like that.
The situation with your sister Kim in Arizona shortly before your dad and Linda were killed, had she talked to you about her discussions with her dad?
Kim had, yes.
Yes, Kim had.
Mhm.
And it wasn't, she had told you that it wasn't that your dad wasn't willing to pay for the apartment. It was simply he wanted her to keep looking to see if she could find a cheaper apartment.
She had told me that he thought that it was too much and that he wasn't gonna pay that much. It was more than half of what she paid last semester in her other apartment. And my dad had told Kim that that was way too much and to keep looking.
And you indicated that Kim often would come over and talk to your mom about her problems, just problems in general. I mean, if she's
Yes.
having problems with a boyfriend or a girlfriend or a
Yes.
teacher, and you would do the same thing.
Yes.
And you said that your dad, when he would come home from work, he would often have either a gin and tonic or a glass of wine.
Mhm.
Did you think your dad was an alcoholic?
No.
When he'd come home, you indicated that he would, from Monday through Friday anyways, he would, as a matter of course, he would sit and have dinner with you all.
Yes.
That was a family thing to do.
Yes. We had to be home on time.
And when he picked you up on that one occasion, you said that you felt that he had been drinking. He allowed you to drive the car, is that correct?
Well, what happened was him and Linda had been out to dinner in La Jolla, and I was at a friend's house in La Jolla. They were supposed to pick me up, and they were late. So I got a call from the car phone at my friend's house that said they were at dinner in La Jolla. They'd be there and to wait out front, and should be there in 5 minutes. I got in the car, and my dad asked me if I had been drinking. I said, no, I hadn't been drinking. And he said, well, good, because Linda and I have been drinking at dinner, and I don't want to get in trouble for another DUI. Why don't you drive the car? So I drove home.
You had your learner's permit.
Yes, I did.
And that was something that you liked to do. You liked to
Yes.
drive the car.
It was the first time I'd ever driven his Jaguar. That's why I remember it so well.
And you also talked a little bit about your dad, that he sometimes had kicked the dogs, right?
Yes.
And you've described that before as being no big deal, right?
Right.
Okay. And you've described that defense counsel had tried to urge you into making it more of a big deal than it really was, right?
Correct. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Everybody knew he didn't like the dogs. So it wasn't like he'd go out of his way to hurt them.
And when the boys were living with your dad, they wanted to have dogs, right?
Yes, my brothers loved their dogs, and when my parents got separated, they wanted the dogs to be with them.
And your dad let them have the dogs, right?
Not at first, no.
Okay, but there came a time when
There came a time when my mom had to leave town, and she didn't want to leave the two dogs alone. So she came over and put them in the front door at the house. She opened the door and let the two dogs in.
Did the dogs stay there ever after that?
Yes, they did. For a little while.
You indicated that your mother was unhappy with some of the babysitters, right?
Yes.
It's true that she was dissatisfied with all of the housekeepers.
Not all of them. I mean, I do know a few housekeepers that she liked, but she had different reasons for not liking each one.
Robin Ta'ua, she ended up becoming a pretty good friend of the family, didn't
Yes.
she and her husband were invited to your dad's wedding.
Yes.
And
We all went, the whole family went to the wedding.
And she cared about you guys, didn't she?
Yes.
And the problem with the food, you indicated there was a problem with the food at the very beginning. When you say at the very beginning, you mean at the beginning of your parents' separation?
Well, yeah. But we had to make our own food when my parents first separated. And we were at my dad's house in Coral Reef. We were fending for ourselves.
Right.
But once we got a babysitter, they would prepare us dinner.
But as far as the complaints about the food, you indicated it was complaints that there was basically no good junk food around, right?
Right, just nothing to eat besides dinner food that the maids would prepare for the evening dinner.
That was something that was taken care of.
Right. Once we complained enough, my dad talked to the babysitter, wrote out a list of what kind of junk food we wanted, fruit rolls, chips, pretzels, things like that. He wrote it down, gave it to Robin, and then she started to buy those things for us.
And that was way back in 1986 when
Right.
Robin was working for you. You remember that when you testified last Thursday, that you had indicated that as far as your recollection of your parents' marriage, that you thought they were pretty happy?
I thought they were happy up until the time my mom burned his clothes. That's the first time I realized that something was wrong.
Do you recall telling a judge at the divorce trial that you recalled your parents fighting a lot?
No.
If I could show, Your Honor, the witness, the transcript from the divorce trial, page 590, just to see if this refreshes your recollection.
Is this the time that my brothers and I went to talk to the judge in the chambers?
And directing your attention to page 590, lines 6 through 16.
Right. Well, I say here that when I was really little, they didn't fight at all. But then they started to fight really bad, like all the time. Right. When I was really young, up until I was in the 7th grade, is when I noticed my parents starting to fight more and more.
And the judge basically just asked you if you thought your father was the one who was entirely responsible.
Right.
And you had indicated no, that if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, and that your parents fought a lot.
Right.
Your Honor, perhaps this would be a good time for the break. I need a few minutes to collect my thoughts here before I finish up.
All right, what's 2 minutes to 12? That's close enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our noon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions on it until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30, and hopefully we will start at 1:30 sharp. As a matter of the people of the state of California versus Elizabeth Ann Broderick, the record should reflect that no members of the jury panel are present. We're on the record at the request of the electronic media with regard to 2 separate orders, one being sought by the district attorney as to the testimony of a witness who has not as yet testified. The offer of proof as to that witness was that she was a jail inmate with the defendant at one point in time, and that she talked to a counseling attorney, Glorine Franco, who was ordered up here by the court last Thursday to talk to her. But that witness requested that the court limit the film and electronic media coverage of her testimony basically for two reasons. She didn't want to be labeled as a snitch, in that she has been in jail several times and anticipates, apparently realistically, that she may be going back into custody, and also because the area town that she lives in. There was no objection to Mr. Early for that order. The second issue before us is with regard to the continued testimony of Ms. Lee Broderick. This morning, Mr. Early requested on behalf of Ms. Lee Broderick that her testimony no longer be covered by the electronic media or film. There was no objection to that by the people. I believe that accurately sets the background. Is that correct, Ms. Wells and Mr. Early?
Yes.
Yes,
And now, Counsel, if you'd state your appearance and go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for taking me out of order. My name is Edward McIntyre of the Great Harry Ancient Fry Law Firm. I represent in this proceeding all three of the television stations, KNSD, KGTV, KFMB.
All right, go ahead, sir.
First of all, Your Honor, just a quick procedural point. There is presently on hold on the telephone an attorney by the name of William Brockett. He tells me, I've spoken with him briefly, he tells me that he represents Court TV. We have talked for 2 or 3 minutes. He asked me to ask the court's permission. He is from San Francisco, that's why he's not here in the urgency of this. And he asked me to ask the court whether he could participate by telephone. I told him I would put his request.
I have no objection, assuming he'd be able to hear what's going on. I can't vouch for that. Either the parties have an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Fine, if he can hear what's going on, put him on. We don't have a speakerphone in here is the problem. No. The problem would be that I don't think we can, in the courtroom, there's no way to make it available so he can hear what's going on. We'd be able to hear him, but I don't think he can hear us.
I explained that to him. I believe the court did not have speakerphone capability. I explained that to Mr. Brockett when we started.
We don't. So you can let him know that, yes, sir.
I will be here representing Court TV. If he is not able to communicate, I could either communicate with him by phone.
That's
Or
agreeable.
on
Would you
behalf-
state your name for the record, Mr.
Steve Johnson with Courtroom Television Network.
Thank you. If you want to take the phone by my bailiff's table there and talk to him, tell him what's happened. I have no objection. We just don't have the capability.
Hi, I don't think this is not a speakerphone. You can speak, but you cannot hear what's being said. So, right.
Go ahead, Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, let me address the orders that, as I understand, have been entered from what Your Honor's preamble. Let me address the Lee Broderick order first, and then I'll move on to the Maria Peralta order.
All right.
I am assuming, Your Honor, that those orders do not preclude any coverage such as the media may care to give to this particular hearing. Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
Okay, fine. As I'm sure the court knows, there has already been a decision of the Fourth District Court of Appeal arising on the Broderick prosecution. It's KFMB TV Channel 8 versus the municipal court. It arose out of the preliminary hearing in this case, where there was again restriction imposed by the court with respect to filming. Not precisely the same restriction that Your Honor has imposed.
I think the restriction there had to do with the judge was allowing electronic media to record it, but then wanted to edit what could be shown after he had allowed it to be recorded, if I'm not mistaken.
Precisely right.
All right.
That's exactly the case.
Go ahead.
In reaching the decision that it reached there, what the Fourth District Court of Appeal said was, nonetheless, we cannot ignore the important role the electronic media play in disseminating public information. Rule 980, which is the one that governs, as we all know, the electronic media in the courtroom, recognizes that media access should be granted, except where to do so will interfere, 1, with the rights of the parties, 2, diminish the dignity of the court, or 3, impede the orderly conduct of the proceedings. Then the court went on to discuss whether it was going to mandate, as I was urging it to do, findings from the trial court, and then went on and said that while we won't mandate it, we therefore urge the trial court to briefly explain on the record why access is being denied when it is being denied. Let me start from that, Your Honor, because it is arguably the law of the case in this case, and it's also one of the 2 pronouncements on Rule 980, this one from the District Court of Appeal. As I understand the state of affairs at the moment, Your Honor, Ms. Broderick has been seen both in the print media and on television so far in this proceeding and in the proceeding that preceded this one. 2, state the obvious, Ms. Broderick is not a party in this proceeding. most importantly, as every court who has dealt with the rights of the media have said, the rights of the media are no greater than at public trials, are no greater than the rights of the general public. I submit, however, Your Honor, they're no less. Now, anyone can wander in off the street, and so long as there is a seat there, that person can sit down, watch Ms. Broderick testify, listen to Ms. Broderick testify, form such impression as he or she wants, walk out of this courtroom. Problem is, Your Honor, and I come back exactly to the point that the Fourth District Court of Appeal put its finger on, the important role the electronic media play in disseminating public information. This courtroom has as few seats or as many seats as it has. The interest in this case, nay, the interest in any criminal proceeding, goes far beyond the number of available seats in the courtroom at any point in time. First point I want to make, Your Honor, is if the general public can wander in and watch the witness testify, then the public that cannot be here and is dependent on the electronic media and on the print media with their still cameras to record what goes on in these proceedings and to broadcast or disseminate it, that public is deprived of the opportunity to see this witness testify, a witness who is not a party in the case. And as I understand it, Your Honor, a witness who's already been seen. So this is not a witness who can say, gee, now I can't be seen. Arguably, the distinction between Ms. Broderick and Ms. Peralta. There is no influence on the jury because the jury will see the witness testify, has already seen the witness testify. And there is, to the extent that I have heard it so far articulated, no rationale for precluding the filming of the face of Ms. Broderick testifying, that it all comports with the Fourth District Court of Appeal, interpretation of Rule 980, affecting the rights of the parties, certainly not diminishing the dignity of this court, or impeding the orderly conduct of the proceedings. Your Honor has permitted timely application by everybody who has made application, the right to film these proceedings. In fact, as I understand it, Your Honor, Court TV is filming them and broadcasting them live, gavel to gavel. Submit briefly, Your Honor, and I don't want to get into and argue to the court the Globe Enterprise and Press Enterprise and all the stirring Supreme Court decisions that have made trials public. Your Honor is aware of those. They were argued to the Fourth District Court of Appeal. They're well embodied in that decision. I'd rather address such questions as the court has on why I believe that at least the court's restriction with respect to Ms. Broderick ought to be overturned and that she should be filmed as with any other witness similarly situated.
Do you want to be heard as to Ms. Peralta?
I do, Your Honor, yes. Okay.
Why don't you address that at this point?
I'd be pleased to, Your Honor. As I understand the rationale for Ms. Peralta has articulated reasons that she has some future fear of being identified and being associated either with snitch testimony, to coin a phrase, testifying against somebody coming out of custody, and also in her neighborhood. Again, Your Honor, well, as I understand it, Ms. Peralta has not been shown on television, nor has her picture, at least advertently, appeared in the print media. I believe that Ms. Peralta's situation is similar. Anyone who comes into these proceedings, and her name is known and her name will be broadcast. Her name is now known because it's been spread on the record. Anyone who comes into these proceedings will see Ms. Peralta. We'll see her sit on the witness stand. We'll see and hear her testify. I believe that those in our community who have an equal interest in this case and are relying on TV or the print media to disseminate the news about this case are entitled to that same access, Your Honor. It is the fundamental right to access to argument.
Okay, well, just, you probably weren't aware of this, but she did not object, and I did not order that her name would not be used or that her testimony was not going to be otherwise recorded by members of the media who were going to be allowed here for her testimony. It was strictly, she was objecting to any film or electronic media coverage. But I don't think that changes anything you said. I just thought the record should be clear that she did not object to her name, the public knowing her name or the public knowing the content of her testimony.
So that I understand, Your Honor, as I understand the order as it affects Ms. Broderick, the order is you can record these proceedings, news media, you simply cannot show her face.
That's right. That's
she
right.
testifies as to Ms. Broderick.
Right.
The court's order as to Ms. Peralta is the same or is it different?
It is the same. Yes.
So we can have an audio recording of her
Yes.
testimony.
Yes, and print and electronic media reporters are allowed in the courtroom. There was never any order to exclude.
I understand that, Your Honor.
All right. What do you want to start? Ms. Wells, do you want to be heard first? Or
I'll defer to Mr.
Mr. Early, you want to be heard?
Your Honor, I was the one that made the request as to Ms. Broderick.
Yes.
My understanding is that she felt uncomfortable testifying about what for her are very sensitive matters that affect her life directly with her family when there's cameras staring in her face. And while I can appreciate the fact that it's maybe that there's people that can come in the courtroom, I don't think that anyone can say that when you have a camera staring you in the face, knowing it's being broadcast live, it may have an effect upon that person. This is a trial. These jurors are supposed to be able to hear the testimony of witnesses. If we have witnesses that now feel they're being affected by the camera, then I think that that's an improper focus to be here. And so that's why if the witness makes the request, I can understand the witness making the request that it affects it. If it affects their testimony while they're here, then I think that that's something that the court not only should, but has to take into consideration. When the main thing is for these 12 people to judge their credibility, not the news media out there or the people sitting in their living rooms to judge credibility. While it might be nice for them to see a trial, if people ask it, it's the reason I didn't object to Ms. Peralta on there, is if it's going to, they can ask about it, the district attorney, I'm assuming I can, as to why it affects them, if it's relevant. But if a witness feels affected by the cameras in the courtroom, I think that that's something that at least the witnesses have a right to bring that up. And I also said to the court, I just wanted to make a record. I understand the court says they don't see it as a problem. The firm of Gray Carey represents other Broderick children. Broderick, at least when I got a subpoena on them, one of the requirements was that I do what I can to reduce their exposure to the public. That same firm is in here now saying that in any case, there's no right to do that whatsoever. Obviously, there's some problems on what we're looking at as far as protection of witnesses and not from the same firm, one representing the news media and at the same time representing witnesses in the case, taking different positions on that, which is in direct conflict with why they're doing it at that time. But as far as the only thing I can say is that I think the only objection or the only comment we have is if it appears to affect their testimony or how they testify before the jury, then I think that's an improper part to be in the courtroom. That's improper to be before the jury because they're the ones that are important.
Ms. Wells, anything you wanted to add?
Only to say, Your Honor, that this is one issue and probably the only issue on which Mr. Early and I will agree. I just agree with what he said, and I've already given my reasons to the court of why I think it's appropriate with respect to Ms. Peralta. And I obviously don't have any objection with the same ruling with respect to Lee. And I think that it's within the court's discretion, and I'd submit.
Well, just for the record, Mr. McIntyre, does your firm, to the best of your knowledge, represent Lee Broderick in any other matter?
Ms. Lee Broderick?
Yes.
To the best of my knowledge, Your Honor, no.
All right. I just wanted that on the record.
Okay, thank you.
The ruling that Mr. McIntyre referred to earlier in this case, it's my understanding of that ruling that the appellate court did not hold that the trial court or the lower court couldn't limit electronic media, provided it did so within the framework of Rule of Court 980. What they held was that once the court has authorized electronic media to record something, the court could not then edit what would be shown to the public. And at that time, what they were talking about, of course, was taped testimony that would be edited and news blurbs, for lack of a better term, being showed on a newscast. And as Mr. McIntyre correctly pointed out, what has happened in this case is courtroom TV is broadcasting, as I understand it, the bulk of it live. I'm not sure they broadcast every witness live, but this is a little different from the standpoint that there's live testimony. So I think what it boils down to is whether or not I have the authority under Rule 980 to limit in some fashion the electronic media and film media from taking pictures, whether it be electronic pictures or film pictures, of a particular witness once I have authorized them to proceed in recording the trial, which I see to be a little different issue than the one that was raised before. I am aware of the court's ruling in that case. I am also aware of another provision in 980 that wasn't mentioned apparently. I'm not saying you didn't accurately quote from the court's rulings. I think you did. I'm sure you did, Mr. McIntyre. But there's another provision in 980 that I think it's the fundamental provision that gives the court authority to limit electronic media and film coverage, and that has to do with the interest of justice. If the court finds the interest of justice are best served by limiting that coverage, then I think the court retains the inherent power to limit it, not to terminate it, but to limit it. Starting with the case of Ms. Peralta, I'm satisfied by the showing that was made to me that the interests of justice are best served by her not being filmed, in view of the fact that she had talked to a counseling attorney at her request, and in view of the fact that she was a jail inmate. And while I don't know the nature of her testimony, it's my understanding that it comes from a conversation she had with the defendant while she was in jail. The area of town she lives in, I guess, can best be described as not the best area. There are people there that may seek to do harm to somebody they thought was a snitch. And after talking with an attorney, she felt that she may be in some danger by testifying if she was going to be recorded live. It was explained to her, and she agreed that she had no problem with her name being used, with it being otherwise recorded. And as Mr. Early said, he was going to be allowed and will be allowed to cross-examine her on the fact that she's not being filmed at her request. But as to her, I think that my previous order is justified under the interests of justice, and so that particular order will stand. As to Ms. Lee Broderick, the problem I have with that order, I understand that both parties have agreed that she does not have to be her further testimony would not have to be electronically recorded. I am concerned with Mr. McIntyre's point that her testimony last week, which was for a substantial part of a day, as I recall, was in fact recorded by the film and electronic media, and there is substantial live footage, as far as I know, that was broadcast of her testimony. At that time, at least nobody brought it to my attention that she thought the camera was affecting her testimony. And I did not notice any reluctance on her part in answering questions that would indicate to me, independently of being told, that it was affecting her testimony. I first learned of this request earlier this morning when they indicated that she felt it was affecting her testimony. And I think the only way I can resolve this particular issue at this point, in fairness to all parties, is if counsel would allow me to ask Ms. Broderick a few questions with regard to that, or if counsel wants to address the questions themselves. Because if I'm going to restrict it, I need something on the record to justify what I do. Otherwise, I'm not going to restrict it.
I think it's appropriate that the court be the one who asks the questions.
Do you have any objection to that, Ms. Wells?
No.
Mr. McIntyre?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Is she in the hallway or otherwise available?
I'll get her.
Right. Okay. Call you back. Okay.
Ms. Broderick's here, Your Honor.
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Broderick. Would you maybe just take a seat up here? We're having a hearing with regard to your request not to be photographed further during your testimony, okay?
Okay.
That's the subject matter we're talking about.
Okay.
I think you realized that you, when you testified last week, that you were being photographed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel that the fact you were being photographed at the time or electronically recorded at the time that you were testifying affected your testimony?
Yes, I was very nervous. Every time I would see the camera, I'd get scared.
All right. Do you believe that it affected you to the standpoint that it caused you to change any testimony or anything to that
No.
standpoint? Just made
No.
you nervous?
It just makes me more nervous knowing that it's right there.
Okay. Are you aware that even if the camera isn't on you, are you aware that the public and the press are allowed in the courtroom and that they can record, other than by electronic media, by film footage, they can record and probably are recording what you say?
Yes.
Does that bother you?
No, I just don't like the fact of being on live TV. That scares me.
Okay. What if it wasn't broadcast live? What if they taped it and edited it and showed parts later? Would that affect you the same or not?
Yes.
Think it would?
Yes.
Well, tell me in your own words how you think that the camera pointing at you would affect your ability to testify further.
Well, it just makes me nervous again. I forget the question that was asked of me when I look over there because I think about the TV. For my attention to be completely focused on the questions, it'd be easier for me if the camera wasn't there.
You're aware of the fact when the camera is and is not pointing at you or aimed at you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What if they had the capability, and I don't know if they have this capability, but what if they had the capability of pointing the camera over at the adjoining wall in some fashion and just using a wide angle lens so it wasn't pointing at you? Would that solve the problem? Such as if they pointed, like now it appears to be pointed to me, to the best of my knowledge.
That would be a little bit better.
That would be okay, do you think?
I
As long as they don't focus in on you with close-up?
Right. I just don't like it right pointing at me. If they could point it somewhere else, that'd
Right,
be
the
better.
fact that you might be on it inadvertently or off in the corner wouldn't bother you then? It's just you don't want to focus and zooming in and showing your
Right.
freckles or something, right?
Right, exactly.
All right, thank you very much. Any counsel have questions of her? Mr. McIntyre? Mr. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Step down. All right, the record reflects that she has left the courtroom. Based on her statements, that would be my tentative decision to rescind my order, but to ask the camera operator if he could, when she's testifying, just use a wider angle lens and point the camera as it is now, sir, so that it's pointed off in a different direction and not show close-ups of her.
Sure.
I mean, you can get her on coverage, just don't show close-ups.
That's fine.
And you have that capability?
Yes.
And for the record, would you state your name?
My name is Carl Nichols.
All right, you're operating the only electronic media camera that's in the courtroom, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Anything further?
Just one point.
My name is Michael Darden. I'm from the San Diego Union Tribune. I'm also a full photographer for AP and the rest of the newspapers. How would you like me to handle this situation?
Well, I think you probably got enough pictures of her from last week, don't you?
Well,
Still pictures?
yeah, but I mean, they want up-to-date stuff, and I need to tell them something. I mean, I'm shooting for a lot of people. It's not just our newspaper.
No, I understand that, but based on what she said, I assume if you could do it in a inconspicuous way and not take a bunch of pictures, go ahead. Doesn't seem to be affected by you as much as the electronic camera, but, they'll sit right in front of her and take a bunch of shots, okay?
No, he was inconspicuous.
So you've done a good job being inconspicuous. I mean that seriously. You've been doing a good job, and I don't hear your shudder or anything, so that's fine. And that's not a problem, so I think you can go ahead. Was there anything that the fellow on the line from San Francisco wanted to add to any of this?
I don't think so, Your Honor. He said that he had heard Mr. McIntyre's argument and seemed to cover all the bases.
All right, and is it okay to recess, Mr. McIntyre?
One small point, Your Honor. I know the court has to focus on the trial in front of it as the counsel. To the extent that there is the opportunity to give us, should these issues arise again, all things being equal, they probably will.
They come up on the spur of the moment, Mr. McIntyre. I
Fully
looked
understand.
around it this morning about 10:30.
To the extent that there is the opportunity to give me or my firm a call, there are four of us that do this kind of work, and it's simply a matter of putting on the fact sheets and getting down here. To the extent it's not possible, Your Honor, I fully understand it. I understand the court's focus is on the trial in front of the court. That's singularly appropriate. If there is the chance, we would like to be heard, and I'll just put that on the record now.
All right.
We will get down here as soon as we can at the earliest opportunity.
If there is another of these type of motions brought, I won't hear it till I've notified your office.
That'd be fine. Thank you
That's
very much.
assuming your office could be here within, say, half hour's notice.
Oh,
When I can't hold the trial up.
6 minutes, 8 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll say within half hour.
We'll send the younger ones, they're faster. Thanks, Your Honor.
All right, we're in recess. Yeah.
I had two requests I'd like to make. It doesn't need to be on the record. Do it sometimes.
All right, let's go in chambers and do it so they can start bringing the public and the jury in here. The matter of the people of the state of California versus Elizabeth Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Ms. Broderick is present. Ms. Lee Broderick, if you'd retake the stand, please. Your stoned oath from this morning, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Wallace.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few more questions for you, Ms. Broderick. You remember testifying that you had made a statement to Detective Allen on the morning that this occurred about some of the things that your mother said in relation to this newspaper article and what your dad said about it. This won't be over till one of us is gone. Do you remember testifying about that?
Yes.
And would it refresh your recollection to take a look at what you said to Detective Allen?
Yes.
If I can show her your interview with Detective Allen, page 17, lines 9 through 12. I'm just going to give that to your son. And do you recall specifically what your mother said about that?
I remember her saying that he had said it himself in the article.
And what did she say about that?
She just said that she this was me saying what had been said in the article. She had just told me that she was very upset that he had made that quote in the reader for all of La Jolla to read.
And didn't she tell you, so I guess one of us is gone now and it's over, and I don't care if I live the rest of my life in jail?
I don't remember her saying that right now. She might have said that. I don't remember.
You do remember giving the interview to Detective Allen?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, on that day?
Yes.
And were the events fresh in your mind on that day?
Yes.
And were you telling Detective Allen the truth as best you knew at that day?
Not really. I lied to him about a few things, but I was trying to tell the truth about what my mom had said to me. Yes.
Okay. And that interview was tape recorded, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could, I'd like to have her just simply read that statement. That's
No.
recollection recorded.
Overruled. I mean, excuse me. To your objection, I know you're going to make a sustained. I assume you're making an objection.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. No, you can't do that.
You have indicated with respect to Christmas that your parents did, after the separation, before the divorce became final, they did do some sharing of Christmas. There were times when you spent the first week of vacation with your mother and the second week of vacation with your dad, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you aware of efforts that your dad made with your mother to get things settled about Christmas before Christmas came around?
No.
So you don't know what kinds of discussions they had to settle those things?
No.
For example, in 1988, the Christmas before this particular year, do you recall your brothers spending the first week of Christmas and Christmas morning with your mother?
No, I don't really recall that Christmas very well.
Okay.
I don't remember where we were at that time.
And did you know that as, with respect to 1989, the Christmas that was coming up, that your mother had set visitation for Thanksgiving and for Christmas that year?
I don't know. I have no idea.
When you turned 18 and you moved out and you got an apartment on your own, was that something that you wanted to do?
Yes. My father kicked me out a month before I turned 18, but when I was going to turn 18, it would be my decision to move out anyway. So I was not very upset when he asked me to leave.
That was something that you had been wanting to do anyway?
Yes.
And there had been the night before that you had an argument with your dad, you had spent the whole night away from the house, right?
Well, my sister and I were over at my mom's house, and we didn't have a ride back to our dad's house. So we figured if we both spent the night, then he wouldn't get mad at us individually. So we both spent the night at my mom's house, and when we came back to my dad's house, he said he wasn't going to have us live in the house if we couldn't obey his rules.
He didn't know where you were all night, right? You hadn't called him.
Right.
And so he'd been worried and upset you guys didn't come home and he didn't know where you were.
Right. I think he knew that we were over at our mom's house. We told him that we were going over there, but he didn't know where we were at night. No.
And you had indicated that he had some set curfew rules that, and those were rules that sometimes you didn't want to obey.
Yes.
And with respect to living down in the pool room for that period of time when Kim came back from college, Danny had taken over your room after you moved out, is that correct?
Yes, he had my room remodeled into a boys' room, different wallpaper, different furniture, and my dad didn't want to kick Danny out of the room that he had just moved into.
And living in the pool room wasn't anything that you were particularly upset about. You didn't mind that.
I didn't mind.
Did your dad or Linda ever do anything sexually inappropriate in front of you or the boys?
No.
And with respect to the argument about your mother's old set of china, there were two sets of china when your parents separated, correct?
Yes.
And your mother got the newer set and your dad got the older set, right?
I don't know how they got which set. All I know is that we had a set of wedding china and a set of decoration china.
Okay. And so were you aware at all of whether or not your mother had even requested that set of china during the divorce?
No.
This was something that, well, several people thought that it was kind of a silly argument, didn't they, about the china?
Linda thought it was a silly argument. My dad thought it was a silly argument. My mom, it was a big deal to my mom. She had sentimental value in it, and she didn't understand why they were keeping it from her if they had their own wedding china.
Were you around when Brad Wright had conversations with your mom too and thought that it was a silly argument?
No.
About that?
No.
Were you around very often when Brad was around your mother?
Yes.
Did your mother ever threaten to kill Linda because of the wedding china?
No.
You think that had anything to do with why she killed Linda?
No.
Were you aware at all whether or not Linda was advised by an attorney about whether she should turn over the china or continue to turn over things to your mother?
All I know is that she said she had put money into the set and she wasn't going to lose the money that she put into the set. She figured it was hers, that she spent money replacing the chipped pieces. Therefore, it was hers and she put it in a safe place where my mom wouldn't find it.
You had described one incident where you saw the gun, your mom's gun in her pocket.
Yes,
And do you recall telling Detective Allen that your mom had the gun in her pocket every time your dad came over?
yes, I remember telling him that, but
First of all, I'm going to object to this, Your Honor. I didn't even go into that area. And
Yes, he did, Your Honor.
I believe you went into it on direct last week, Ms. Wells. I don't recall him going into it on cross.
No, I believe he did go into it on cross. He did ask questions about it. Oh, it was my recollection on Thursday, not today.
I'm looking at Thursday,
Yeah.
my Thursday notes. I only had notes of him asking her questions about where the gun was kept in the house and whether the boys had seen it. I don't have anything. It's him talking to her on cross about the one incident that you brought out on direct of it being in the pocket of the robe.
Well, did the boys ever talk to you about seeing a gun in their mom's pocket?
no.
no, I'm just going to object as just to repeat anything, so it's repeated.
Well, no answer stands.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Early.
Trying to get the family to like her. Was that always what her attitude was? Was that it at first, or was it always that way?
She went out of her way to be nice to us at first so that we would accept her into the family. But then once she had moved in, she started to try and discipline us. Like she was our mom or something. She tried to make rules, and that's when the problems with Linda and I started happening. She started to tell us what to do, started to tell us when we could have money and when we couldn't. She started to tell us things like that, and I didn't feel that was her place to tell us what to do.
Were those rules different than your dad was setting?
Yes.
You indicated, was there a time that there was you wanted to buy your mother a present for Christmas? You weren't given any money for it?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Sustained.
You said that you used to you used to talk to your mother or complain to your mother about things, and your sister did. Was there a difference? How did your sister talk to your mother about what was going over at your father's house? Was she calm?
My sister is a lot more emotional than me. She would often cry and be very upset. She's easily upset, and if she would get upset about something over at my dad's house, she would come to my mom all upset and crying, and she would tell her what was wrong and what was bothering her. She was always really emotional about it.
When you talk about the first time you got to drive the Jaguar, what was your father's condition after he picked you up?
Well, he was pretty intoxicated. He didn't want to drive the car, and he couldn't drive the car. Him and Linda fell asleep in the back seat on the way home, and I drove to Hillcrest in the Jaguar.
And were there other times where you learned of statements from your father about passing out drunk at bars and establishments?
Objection, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of hearsay and
Sustained.
Your Honor, she asked a question about whether he was an alcoholic, whether her opinion was he was an alcoholic.
That's true. Her
So,
opinion was that it wasn't, so he's not.
that he wasn't. Well, I would think I can impeach it with things that she considered
All
that.
right, go ahead.
Did you know of stories of your father getting drinking so that he would go to sleep in parking lots?
Yes.
Now, you testified about the dogs and indicated that you talked to me about testimony in this case, have you not?
Yes.
And who was it that brought up the dogs? Was it you or I?
I believe it was me.
Okay. And when your father would come home, how would those dogs react to your father?
The dogs were afraid of my dad. They knew what his voice sounded like, and they knew that they would get kicked if they were around. So they'd run outside or into the kitchen or somewhere. They wouldn't come up to him for affection like they did to everyone else.
And when you said it was no big deal, were you saying, well, that's just what my father is like, or were you saying that the dogs like to get kicked?
Well, it's no big deal to me and my family because that's always the way my dad has been. He's always hated dogs. He never wanted us to get the dogs in the first place. And it was just no big deal to me because that's the way my dad was.
Now, what did I tell you about, did you at some point in time call about things that were being said in the courtroom
Yes.
by other people? And were you upset about it?
Yes.
Why?
Because I thought that things were being over exaggerated and under exaggerated. I just felt that the truth wasn't coming out exactly as it's supposed to be.
And did you feel that some of that was over exaggerated against your mother?
Yes.
And what were you told about, what did I tell you about your testimony, what you should do?
You told me to tell the truth because not to try and take sides, but to just tell the truth and say what I remember.
Did I ever tell you not to say bad things about your mother if you knew them?
No. You told me to tell the truth about the bad things my mother did, not to try and cover them up in any way, but to just tell the truth.
And at some point in time, did you ever talk about it's uncomfortable for you to come in here and say bad things about your mother and father?
Yes.
And that's not something easy for you to do?
No.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Wells?
None, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Your Honor, I would like if we could just approach the bench one moment, I'd like to just ask you to reopen, ask the one pleasant question as to the presence.
I don't have any problem with that, Ms. Wells, do you?
Can we approach that first?
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Was there at some point in time where you asked your father about getting some money to buy your mother a Christmas present?
Yes.
Okay, and would he give you any money to do that?
No, he told us to save our
Objection, Your
allowance.
Honor. It was a yes or no question.
All right, everything, well, the answer can stand.
I have no further questions at this time.
Cross on that, Ms. Wells.
Just a minute, yes. Do you recall an incident, Ms. Broderick, where in 1985, when your dad took all of you kids to go buy presents for your mother and you all went over to her house to give them to her and she wouldn't open the door?
No.
Mr. Earl?
Witness be excused.
Subject to recall.
I have no objection.
All right, you're excused, subject to recall. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.